10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's have a spotlight on Riddhi or Seema. There it is. Seema, you can carry on and invite Riddhi to start.
A very warm global namaste to all our viewers from wherever in the globe you're connecting to us from. Over to you, Riddhi. The session is all yours.
Thank you very much, Seema ji. Big global namaste to everybody. Today is actually our 148th session on healing our earth, bringing together love, unity, peace and harmony wherever you are in the world. So a good morning, a good afternoon and a good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is a very special topic because we will be speaking about the Shradh which is there to honor our ancestors, and it's also in loving memory of the Queen. So before we get started, I'd like to start with a prayer with the mantra. I will be singing the Gayatri mantra, but you are welcome to bring whatever mantra, whatever invocation you would like into your heart space to be present in the moment, to be here in the now. So I invite you to close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath and exhale. Take another nice deep breath and exhale. One more. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. And a moment's silence. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Hara Brahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Now welcome you in your own time to come back into the space, to come back into the present moments, and to gently open your eyes and come back. So as we were saying, we'd like to begin with a moment's silence in honor of the Queen, to pay tribute to in her loving memory, and also for our departed ancestors. Because it's Shradh, it's also time to bring them into our heart space. So I'd invite you to actually place your hands on your heart, take in a deep breath, and just pay some gratitude in their loving memory. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you. You may open your eyes and come back to the present moment. A big global namaste again, wherever you are in the world. Today, I'm actually joined by a special co-host who I have the privilege of introducing. Her name is Seema Bhattacharjee, and she is a resident speaker here at Healing Our Earth. She produces a load of programs on the kitchen episodes and is very knowledgeable about all things. So I'm really glad that we're going to be working with her today, and she's going to be co-hosting with me as well. Welcome, Seema Ji. Big global namaste. How are you?
Very warm global namaste to you, Riddhi. Thank you for such a lovely introduction. It's so wonderful to be back on Healing Our Earth after a 3-month-long travel away from the UK, and it's great to be on the platform today to celebrate our ancestors. But before we begin, I'd like to say a few words about you, Riddhi. Riddhi is a qualified yoga and meditation teacher, and she has a passion for yoga, philosophy, and psychology. She's trained as a cognitive behavioral therapist and has been fascinated by the Vedic scriptures and pranayama and how they have influenced Western psychology. She shares her wellness experiences and practical experiences as well with professionals of all ages and backgrounds, providing strategies for emotional wellness, resilience, to boost happiness on all levels. She enables clients to be deeply energized for a better work-life balance. Riddhi is multi-talented and has spoken at the British Parliament, the Ministry of Defence, at corporate law firms, as well as various stations and universities in the UK with the aim, the wonderful aim, I must say, to raise conscious leaders. So wonderful, Riddhi, and it's so wonderful to be co-hosting along with you today on this very special occasion of Shradh, where we honor our ancestors, departed souls, and straight after this period where we honor our departed souls, we come into the very festive, colorful celebrations of Navratri, which is the 9 days of the goddess, followed by Diwali. And then we come into Christmas.
Isn't it just wonderful how all of the festivities just line up? And I think this is a really special period because it's 2 weeks where we can just reflect. It's a time of reflection. It's a time to see what we can learn from their values, from their virtues, what they've left behind in their legacy for us, and how we can actually use that in our lives to grow as well.
Absolutely, and it's at this time, like you said, this 2 weeks, and today is the last day of Shradh.
Yes.
Which is the period of ancestors where we celebrate our ancestors and we honor them and we pray for their souls. Shradh is actually, a lot of people associate Shradh with a lot of mourning, it's a lot of sadness, but actually it has a very powerful meaning behind it. It's a time in the Hindu religions where we celebrate our ancestors who are said to reside in Pitrulok.
Yes.
Which is the residence of the ancestors, So we celebrate Shradh as the time of Pitru Paksh. And at this time of the year, it is said that they actually ascend on earth. So it's a time to honor them, celebrate them. And when you spoke of all the values, it's a time to celebrate all the value systems they pass down to us. And it's a time for us to pay homage to them. We have several rituals, as you know, during Shradh, where we feed our Brahmin priests, we say special prayers for our ancestors. We also feed the poor, we donate food, we donate clothing. It's a time of charity, a time to give back, a time to open the heart. And the rituals we perform at this time of the year are said to be so powerful that they can actually attain liberation for our ancestors. So it's such a beautiful meaning behind it. I said, many people associate it with the time of mourning, but it's a time to celebrate what they passed down to us and a time to pray for their liberation. I mean, what a beautiful meaning there is behind this.
Absolutely, and especially because in the Hindu traditions, we tend to see death as a comma and not a full stop. So we pray that wherever they are in the world, wherever they are in the universe, may our vibrations, may the protection that we give during Pitru Paksha still resonate with them, still reach them, and may the same happen vice versa as well.
It's such a beautiful, special time of the year, very powerful meaning. I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years. And in the Far East, we celebrate Qingming or Qingming, as it's known as. It's the Tomb Sweeping Festival in China. And it's actually a public holiday. It's also known as Chinese Memorial Day. And it's a very special time of the year. It's celebrated in Taiwan, Singapore, Vietnam, Malaysia, Cambodia, Thailand, and some people also celebrate it in Panama. I don't know the reason behind that, but it's probably because we have a huge Chinese population in Panama. And it falls on the 15th day of the spring equinox.
Right.
Okay, so it's exactly 15 days after the spring equinox. And it's really wonderful to see what they do. They actually go to the graveyards of their ancestors and they sweep their tombs, with really good wishes for them to have peace. They offer food, they offer flowers, they offer incense sticks.
Yes.
They burn these fires. And you will see in Hong Kong, it's really cute. You have all these shops during that time of the year that carry paper bags, paper clothes, paper food, all these little miniature. You also have Louis Vuitton bags and Chanel bags, anything that the ancestors loved.
Amazing.
Little paper chocolates, they'll buy them and they'll go and offer it at the tomb, and then they'll burn paper money so that they can be abundant in their life after. They offer. It's a wonderful Day of the Dead, as they say.
It's a wonderful meaning behind it as well. This goes to show the
Beautiful.
number of ways that can be celebrated.
Absolutely. Speaking about celebration, we often speak of Shradh or the Qingming festival as being the time of the dead, and we somehow feel we should be very sad,
Right.
and perhaps we should be crying and mourning. Really, it's a time to celebrate them.
Yes.
Like you spoke of the value systems they pass down to us, celebrate their life, and all the achievements they made in their life, celebrate their memories. It's such a great time of the year.
We are where we are because of them, because of what they've left behind for us. And why not go on in that memory as well? Why not be able to build on their legacy, to be able to help ourselves, but also to help them, also to be able to heal their souls?
Absolutely. And it's a time to, share the love that they shared with us.
Yes.
In Mexico, they have a very beautiful festival, which is also in honor of the ancestors, and it's also celebrated in Latin America.
Right.
And it's not a festival where we wear white or black. It's a colorful festival, and they call it the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Celebrated, as I said earlier, in Mexico and all over Latin America. They have these gorgeous, it's like an arts festival, really. They have these gorgeous calaveras or skulls that are painted in red, blue, yellow. And normally when you see a skull, some people say, oh, it's spooky.
Yes.
But actually, this is a work of art. It's so beautiful. And they have calakas, skeletons. Again, when you think of a skeleton and you say, oh, scary, is it Halloween?
Right.
But these skeletons are very colorful. And the families celebrate this day as welcoming back the dead souls into their home. They offer food, they offer drink, and they celebrate them. They have little stories and memoirs of how important the person was in their life, what a difference they made in their life, all the good achievements they did in their life, how much love they shared, how much charity they did. So they celebrate with food like chocolate skulls. They wear these lovely, colorful Mexican dresses. They're really, I think they're known as Puebla dresses.
Wow.
And they're colorful. They're red, yellow, blue, green. Oh, they wear long, flowy lace dresses. They wear all these feathers, and it's a celebration. So really, this time of the year, as we, pray for our ancestors, it is the last day of Shradh today. It's a time to celebrate them and all their achievements. Such a great time of the year.
Absolutely. And isn't it just fantastic how we actually have the period of 14 days every year? It's not throughout the year, but it's just that concentrated period there, just to be able to take stock of where we are, where we want to be, and to be able to really bring those values into our hearts and our minds during that time.
Values in our hearts and our mind, and perhaps because there's a lot of superstition, or I don't know if that's the right word, but legend has it that you should never start anything new, any new venture during this time of the year, because it's purely that time of the year where you really focus on your ancestors. You celebrate everything there, and perhaps there's a subtle meaning behind it to just step back and take time for yourself, to not only for yourself, but honor yourself, honor them and everything they've done for you. So maybe it's like that little period of a 14-day rest where, you do the rituals, you perform all the charitable works that you can. So time to actually nourish your soul as well and open your heart through your actions, and perhaps just silence your mind through prayer and meditation in celebration of them, where you get the blessings for them and for yourself. So I always feel there's always so much more to what we actually know.
Isn't it just incredible?
Very, very beautiful time of the year.
Yes, and we've also got Amajit Ji Kordua that's joining us on the screen. A big global namaste to you.
Namaste, namaste ji.
What is your message for us?
Thank you, thank you. Om Shanti and Namaste, global family, and thank you, Healing Our Earth, for this beautiful day and beautiful program that you have created, Shradh, and respect for Her Majesty the Queen. And I'm Dr. Amarjit from Thailand, joining you on this beautiful, purposeful moment. I was just reflecting on Shradh, and the word Shradh comes from Shradha, which means devotion and faith. So, when we pay our respects to our ancestors, we are doing a few things that are very meaningful. It's not just about remembering them, but about remembering their qualities, remembering the goodness in them, and to bring on those goodness in ourselves. So, if we honor anybody, we usually honor people we love and honor people we respect and honor the people that we feel have contributed to the world or contributed to our lives in some way or the other. So Shradh is that special period that is devoted for this. And, we have a lot of these festivals that are so meaningful. And because after Shradh comes Navaratri, which is then the beginning of newness. So me from Thailand, and all of us in Thailand would also like to take this opportunity to not only offer our remembrances to all our ancestors and all those that have influenced our lives positively, and especially today also would like to honor the Queen of England, Her Majesty, the Queen of England, and Queen Elizabeth, and her wonderful life, how she was so devotional in her and respectful and dutiful in her beautiful, caring way, as a woman, as a wife, as a queen, and so many other responsibilities. It's not easy to live the life of royalty. You have no privacy in your whole life, but she did it with a smile. And may we embody that goodness within us. May we smile and dutifully respect our ancestors that have left us. But the meaningful purpose in today as well is that we respect our elders now. Because if we don't, who are our ancestors? Our elders. So there's no point in respecting them and paying homage to them and doing Shradh for them once they've left the body, if we cannot respect them and love them and take care of them while they're alive now. So your parents, your grandparents, your uncles, your aunties, and all the people around you, we need to love them and respect them and think of all the beautiful qualities today and make sure that we have those beautiful qualities in us and we live in today's world, in today's day, with all our elders lovingly, respectfully, harmoniously, dutifully. Maybe not leave them aside and overlook their importance as they get older, because one day we are getting old too. And another thought came by on Shradh. There might be people who are doing Shradh for us because we are souls that have come on a journey. So we left a particular body too. And so someone must be remembering our past lives, and in our past life must be paying homage to us. So we not just remember our past, but we also remember our future and we remember our present. So I'd like to take a moment to just send peace and love and light to all those beautiful souls that have crossed my path in any and every lifetime, personally, globally, in any way, and in this lifetime as well. Sending love and light from the divine to all those beautiful souls. May we live in peace and harmony and respect, remembering each one's beautiful quality. Sending love and light to Her Majesty, the Queen Soul, and the entire family and the entire nation and the entire globe. Peace on earth is possible only if there's peace within me and peace within my family, within my life. Om Shanti. So I'd like to chant Om 3 times, and whoever's out there with me, we can chant Om together. Om is soul, and as souls, this little point of light, as souls we are universal because we are all living life energy residing in this body. And this body will leave us, but we, the energy point Om, is immortal. We are immortal souls. So take a deep breath and chant Om. 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 Akal, Akal, Akal. In Sikhism, we say Akal to departed souls. And Akal is actually beyond time, which again refers to the soul. Because I am beyond time, I the soul, and you the soul, and each and every soul is beyond time, immortal, beyond the body. Om Shanti. Thank you so much. And Healing Our Earth, you're doing a wonderful job, and you always do wonderfully. You always create such lovely programs for all of us to pay our respects and join in and listen to wonderful people. Thank you so much.
Was wonderful. Thank you so much, Amarjit ji. And you threw so much light on the meaning of Akal. I really didn't know what it meant. I knew the word Akal,
Yeah.
but I've never
Akal, yeah. Akal is time and Akal is beyond time.
Beyond time, you know. And the reality is we are just the souls. And once we leave this clothing, this human body, we do become beyond time, don't we?
Yes, we are beyond time, and Shradh is the moment that reminds us that we are beyond time, because we're paying respect and homage to our ancestor souls, and we are the ancestor souls to someone too. You know, we never thought of it that way. We don't think of it that way, but we are as well. And so it's a cycle, and what we do, we actually get back. When we are sending good wishes and blessings to our ancestors, what are we doing? We are creating good karmic accounts for ourselves. So we are depositing in our own account for our own good.
And we get their blessings too.
Yes, we get double benefit, because we are giving and we're getting what they are giving. Yeah. So we get a lot.
Such a great, insightful way to look at it, isn't it, Nidhi?
Yes, it is. It is. And I'm here actually today, a little bit outskirts of Bangkok. I've come for a beautiful purpose. We are, doing a prayer and service here for world peace and world honor. And we are honoring Brahma, the creator. And so we will be doing we are doing a lot of prayers these 2-3 days. And even Asha Didi from Om Shanti Retreat Center, Delhi, will be joining us tomorrow morning. So it's beautiful that in between this retreat that I'm able to connect through globally through Healing Our Earth, to share this energy and this love and this vibration and this meditative state that we are in. All of us here from Anne in Thailand, we send our love and light to the whole universe.
Thank you. That's so wonderful. And I think when all of us collectively get together and share this vision of sharing love, light, and blessings to the universe, it manifests immediately.
Yes.
They say thoughts are things and wishes are things. Everything stems from a thought. You have a positive thought process, and just one positive thought, each person's positive thought becomes a drop in the ocean, but when it comes all together, it becomes the whole ocean.
Yeah, because you see, why is thought and so important? Because we as souls, as twinkling points of light, energy, we are energy. And so what the mind of the soul does is think. So thought is energy. Thought isn't something tangible that you can, is matter. So happiness, love, these are all intangible things that you can't grasp with the 5 elements, but it's there, and it's energy. So energy is what we are, and energy is what we send out. So that energy is positive or negative or wasteful, depends on us. Each one of us Yes, and each one of us contributes to that energy out there in the entire universe. Whether we're going to pollute the earth or we're going to make it a beautiful place is dependent on the energy we send out.
Can you imagine energetically, Riddhi, all of us at this time of Shradh was who honor and celebrate Shradh. There must be a big number of people all over the planet who are doing this. So how positively it manifests. And this is something that doesn't only happen once a year. It happens through the Hindu tradition during this time of the year. Then it happens through the Latin American and Mexican tradition, and
Yes.
it happens through, you're in the Far East, so you would know that we have the Kingdom Festival. They celebrate it in Thailand as well as the Day of the Dead, where they go and treat domes and offer flowers. So you can imagine this is happening actually, and it must be happening in several other cultures. At Healing Our Earth, we celebrate every culture. It's a one world family where we celebrate diversity and we bring everyone together. And I'm sure, forgive me, there must be other cultures all over the world who have their form of celebrating their ancestors. So in these little pockets of celebration for our ancestors, there must be so much joy and energy going up to our ancestors. Isn't that wonderful?
Most definitely. And I wish this energy is not just during Shradh, but for each and every day throughout the entire year. But yes, the festival of Shradh is a good reminder for us to ensure that we keep up that energy of love and light and of positivity and of, just sharing and spreading that beautiful energy into the world and contributing to global peace and love and joy and unity and harmony, respect, and doing our duties as good human beings now with all our elders around us, not neglecting them, not sending them to birth ashrams, or old age homes, but taking care of them and teaching our children likewise, as we perform our duties lovingly, our children will learn from us. So we have to be an embodiment of that in our lives. So it's not just about remembering those that have gone by, but to be that with the people that are still alive as well.
Leading by example.
Leading by example, definitely.
Wonderful.
So Shradh is not just for those that have left the body and have gone by, but is very much also realizing and loving and taking full benefit of those that are alive and around us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And celebrating life.
Celebrating life.
And celebrating everybody's life, Like we always say at Healing Our Earth, we not only celebrate diversity, but we believe in making life a celebration. Because when you celebrate, you're happy.
Yes.
And when you're happy, you exude positivity.
And then you're healing the earth.
Absolutely.
So we are
on the head there.
Healing the earth is healing people's minds as well as which in turns affects the 5 elements as well. So it heals people's souls as well as the 5 elements that we live in. It's our earth. So this is a wonderful program, and although it's night here in Bangkok, and I will be turning in for the night soon because we have a very, very early morning right from Amrit Vela, and tomorrow is a very, very important day here, and for us here in the retreat, because we're doing inaugurating or setting the ground for a beautiful Brahma museum and statue to commemorate the Creator again. And it's not just about Hinduism. It's because this is the land of Thailand as well, and Thailand is also known as the land of Brahma. So to mix in the cultures, and all of us present here from different religions and different nationalities and different, backgrounds, we got together to globally do this as well.
And as you celebrate this retreat to send out positivity and all goodness to all beings on our planet, we at Healing Auras will be there with you in mind and spirit.
I'm sure. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And thank you always to all the people behind the scenes that invite us and keep this program going and keeping our interest alive as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Global Healing Arts team. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Didi, we have someone very special with us today.
Yes, don't we just? We have Nilanjana with us. A big global namaste to you.
Very
Global
warm
namaste.
global namaste, Nilanjana ji. How are you today?
Very well, just recovered from a second round of COVID, but well now. So thank you for asking.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear.
Yeah.
Glad you join us today.
Yes, I'm really privileged. I feel privileged to be here. Thank you, Neilji, for inviting me along. And I've been with this family from since COVID times and always loved my time here. So being a Bengali, today is Mahalaya, as we call it, which is the end of Pitri Paksh and the beginning of Devi Paksh. So I remember my parents, my dad, doing tarpan, as we call in Bengali, for the ancestors. But I loved something that Amarjit ji said. It's better to respect, love, and care for them today than pay respect when they're not there. So that's something which I also believe, that show whatever you need to show today. Today is the day, not once they are gone. But all my respect to all my ancestors, to all ancestors on this earth, to be precise, because everybody has added value wherever they are, whoever's ancestors they are. They have added value. We are all here because of them, because of the values they have installed. And I hope we can add values when we are dead and gone. We'll leave back a legacy which will add value on this to this earth, because we really need people who will add value like our ancestors had done. So yeah, I mean, I'm just going to sing a couple of lines which I really feel is appropriate for today. For me, my God is my parents, my teachers, my elders, my children, my friends, my family, because God is within everybody. And it's a day of remembrance of the body, but the soul is here within us. Because I was very close to my grandma, and she passed away, and I still feel her presence. It doesn't feel like she's gone. So I think it's yeah. So I just want to pay my respect to all souls, because souls don't die. So whoever soul it is, I'm sure it's a good soul. All souls are good, and let's and just a couple of lines to pay my respect. चंदा में तुम ही तो भरे हो चांदनी, सूरज में उजाला तुम ही से ये गगन है मगन, तुम ही तो दिए हो इसे तारे, भगवन ये जीवन तुम ही ना सवारोगे तो क्या कोई सवारे, हो पालनहारे निर्गुण न्यारे, तुमरे बिन हमरा कौन नहीं, हमरे उलझन सुलझाओ भगवन, तुमरे बिन हमरा कौन नहीं, तुमरे बिन हमरा कौन नहीं. So my respects to all the soul living or somewhere in the planet, and may I be able to be that a soul who would add positive contribution to the society and to the earth. Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna, and that is such a beautiful message. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, and beautiful singing too.
Thank you very much for having me.
That was really lovely and filled with so much sweetness, Nilanjana ji, as always.
Thank you.
Even though you're just recovering from COVID.
Yeah, so I'm my voice is not great. It's just but it's just my heartful respect to you. So that's why I hope you excuse my voice for today.
Your voice is always so sweet.
Thank you.
We
Thank
couldn't
you.
even tell. It's just beautiful to listen to.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Global Namaste. Thank you.
Global Namaste. And we've also got another beautiful soul with us. Shri Hamingpai, who is our resident priest here at Healing Our Earth. He's been with us before as well, sharing beautiful slokas and just enlivening and enriching our lives with Vedic wisdom and harmony. So a big global namaste, Hamingpai. Thank you for joining us once more in this program today.
Global Namaste, Hemangbai.
Namaste, Maraben. So good to see you. Thank you very much.
Good to see you too.
We are celebrating her life as the previous speaker was saying, so I fully agree with that. But before I go ahead, I would like to thank you, Seema ji, Riddhi ji, my dear bride Nishit ji, and especially Nil Kumar ji for arranging such a lovely session to connect all the souls across the world. And today, especially the program which is used to connect us with our ancestors as well. So well done to you and the whole team. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
It's such a surreal experience that we accustomed to see Mother Queen all the time, different occasions. She's been here, she's been there, and that special smile of hers is very, very, signature of her. It's very hard to forget her smile. Look at that. That's a very, very capturing smile, and I would say it is contagious as well. Her smile is very, very contagious. It makes me smile, and looking at her, I remember my mom and my grandmother. So, of course, we used to all call her mom or kind of mother. That brings us to the idea of who is the head of our state, who is the senior person. Not necessarily that somebody holds power, not necessarily that somebody holds lot of cash. In fact, we come from a land of Bharat where money wasn't considered the top. It was considered that who has got better qualities, better character, that person was given the higher respect. So suppose if you have a next door neighbor who is a millionaire, we don't make temples in their person's name. But if it is kind of Jalaram Bapa, who doesn't have any money but is doing seva, service to the humanity, you respect him and honor him. And this is going in the same lines as a mother I am talking about. Matru Devo Bhava. Not only she was like a motherly figure to her family, but to the whole nation and the whole worldwide where she went. Today, we pray for her as today's day is called the Sarva Pitri Amavasya. The final day of the Pitru Shradh main pujas can be done today. Especially, often people call me as priest and say, Hemang Bhai, this was the date of my father who passed away. Can you find me the tithi for that? And it is advised that we find a tithi that goes for these 15 days. But it's not always possible. So people can't remember sometimes after 3, 4, 5, 6 generations. They say, oh, I don't know when my great grandmother passed away. And so it is best to do the Shradh Puja at Sarva Pitri Amavasya. Today would be the final day. So today for all the Pitrus. However, for the women, for the ladies who have passed away, we try to do the Pitru Shradh on the norm, the 9th day of the Shradh. So these were some technicalities for people to know when and what days, because it's like your birthday. You want to celebrate your birthday when it is the birthday, not on any other random days. So Shraddha, as we know, comes from the word Shraddha. That's the base word of Shraddha. And the meaning of that word is to say that we need to have faith in our ancestors, we need to have faith in ourselves, and we need to have faith in our future aspirations. Because if you don't have faith, because if you don't have Ichha and Abhilasha, you don't have conviction in life, you don't succeed. You always get trespassed in your life with other bits and bobs. Other non-essential things jump into your life and they distract you. And hence, we are advised to choose a particular tithi of our Pitrus and then do the Shraddha Puja. Today, our puja is about doing prayers. In ancient times, we used to do Havan, Hom, Yagyas, and puja part with priests. Nowadays, people are doing that less so. According to Lord Krishna in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, he guided us that we can do pujas in various forms. One of them is bhakti, where we sing and pray and dance. That's the primary form of focus, of dedication and love. Because it's, unobstructed. It is not colored by anything else. It's beautiful in itself. And it doesn't require any show. So you can just sing and dance in your own tune, like a bird would sing and dance on a tree. That bird doesn't need to show off to anybody else. It's happy in itself. And that is one form of bhakti. Second is dwara gyan. You can study scriptures, you can study other knowledge. You can get some practical experiences. And based on that, you do more studies and share more wisdom to others. It's also known as Jnana Kanda. And the final one, the third one, is Karma Kanda. Again, there are various factions in that as well. One of the ways to say thank you to your Pitrus is to forward. In English, there's a saying, pay it forward. And we believe that in the time of Shraddha, we should learn to pay it forward. And therefore, we are taught that we should not do other celebrations of our life in these days, and we should exclusively use this time for our Pitrus, our ancestors. How so? You can't pray for 15 days, morning and evening every time, and everybody can't do that. Maybe some of us can do prayers all that time. Even I can't do so long prayers. I get bored after a while, or gets worried. Oh my God, what am I doing? Sometimes I go to sleep as well. I've done that before when I was a lot younger. When I was in my teenage years, I used to do pujas which were long, lengthy pujas, and in some of that pujas, I would just doze off. So not everybody can do puja all the time. However, what we could do is seva paramo dharma. And so we as Hindus sometimes are colored or washed, with saying that we have got sectarianism, we've got Unch, we've got Neech, we've got different categories of people. some is higher caste, some is lower caste, and that's not really the case. Let me explain how. I will start from ground up. In fact, I'll go below the ground first. According to Hindu Dharma, you should always feed the animals and the insects in the water. How? We make laddus. It's called the pindadana. So, if you ask your ancestors, your pitrus, your elders, your great grandparents, and your ancestors' pujas as well, they were all doing pindadana. You can ask the family, senior family members, and they'll tell you that they make rice balls, rice flour with milk, and they give that pindadan into the water of the river and the oceans and the lakes. Do you know why? To care for the animals and the insects in the water. So our dharma teaches that you should start with the jala. You should go and feed the animals in the water. Next is the walking animals. So when you're doing this Pitru Shradha, you should ideally find walking animals as well around you. And they can be cows, they can be dogs. And we should do seva for them, serve them, care for them, give them nutrition. Third is what I like the most as well, and that is the flying birds. Because to feed them, you get to have kheer at home, milk pudding. આપણે એને દૂધ પાક પણ કહી શકીએ. And so it used to be my favorite when I was, very, 12, 13 years old. My mom would make dudh pak kheer, milk rice, milk pudding, and I would like to say, I want to eat it first, but she would say, no, 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 no. You get it later. Animals get it first. Do you see? So her son, my mother I'm talking about, her son was secondary, but the animals were primary. And so I was given a bowl of kheer to put it outside. આપણે ટોલડે કહેતા કે ટોલડે ખીર મૂકવી. So somewhere higher in the house, maybe on the roof, we used to put it so that the feline, the cats don't come and disturb the birds. And then birds would come and have that pudding from us. So do you see now the animals in the water, the animals that walk the earth, and the animals that fly? These three are taken care of on the day of the Pitru Puja. So what are we doing in this puja? As a priest, I would like to cover that. We are doing mental prayers. So we are doing meditation and prayers, creating good vibrations around us. B, whoever living parents are with us, we take care of them and we do their puja. And then we go out and help the animals and the birds. So the faith, the dharma that teaches you to go from ground up, go from animals who live in the water to the animal who walk. Like most of you might know, a gau mata, we call the cow the mata, the mother. So if we can call an animal mother, how can we say some other human being is higher than me or lower than me? That is totally nonsensical. It doesn't hold any water. And so, my dear brothers and sisters, this is a Sanatan Dharma that we come from. Sanatan meaning everybody is important. It's like when you're driving the car, you cannot say the steering wheel is more important than the brakes. You cannot say brake is more important than the steering wheel. And you cannot say that the tires of the car are more important than the brakes. Because, hey, if any one of them will go, you will go. So Shudras are the people who do the cleaning and tidying and organizing. If they don't do that, suppose all the cleaners in England, say, because we are in the United Kingdom, let me use the UK example. That's why I got a flag of UK and Bharatvarsh both behind me. I am two in one. In fact, we are global citizens, but this is just a sample. I can't use all the flags of the world behind me, otherwise it would be just chaos. People can't see it very clearly. I think by last count, there are 170 plus countries in this world. So hence the problem. You can't use 170 flags behind you. But at least I come from India and now I am in England. Hence the flags in such a way. I wanted to show that we represent love and of Mother England, and I also represent the Mother Earth where I come from, that is Matrubhumi, my Bharat. So yes, I was saying that according to our guidelines, we should say a very special mantra which is taught to us on this day. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhave. Meaning, sarve bhavantu sukhinah, may everybody be happy. Not only Shudras who are doing the cleaning, but the Vaishyas as well, who are doing business. Because if there is no business people, the world would stop. Business is very, very important. But if the cleaners go on a strike, then you will have smell in the whole of the country. You'd be in a big mess, believe me. It would be a big, big problem. And then, if you got good businesses going on, and you got good, clean, tidy community, but your neighbor country attacks you, what are you going to do? You know, just now there's a war going on in Ukraine, don't you? And believe me, in the history of humanity, so if you take 5,000 years, 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, barely tiny amount of time will be there when there was total peace on earth. It's near impossible to have peace all the time. The real position of life is war. Some people might not like to like what I'm saying, but if you don't like this, what I'm saying, please, after this program, open one of the browsers you have on the internet and find how many wars did my country go through. The country that you live in. It can be Nicaragua, it can be Argentina, it could be Africa, it could be India, it could be any country you live in. Just go through your own country's timeline. Hundreds and thousands of wars your one country has done and gone through, whether it has been attacked or it has been attacking others. So war is the reality of life. And so our gurus and saints taught us that we should not only have the business people running the community and the cleaning and the tidying up people, but you should also have Kshatriya, the warriors. And then, who is going to teach all three of them what to do? You need universities, you need education places, you need higher education, diplomas and all that. And that's where Brahman comes in. Brahmans are the teachers. Some people think Brahmans are the priests. That's not the case. Brahmans are not only the priest. Being a priest is only 1% requirement. 99% requirement of that person, of Brahmin, is to teach. And in ancient times, our Brahmins and saints were well versed in everything. If you study our Shastras, Sankhya Shastra, Vaisheshik, Nyaya Darshan, one of the Darshan Shastras you all have heard about. Do you know that? We have got Shata Darshan. Total there are 6 Shastras to study. But one of them, nearly everybody, including Gora people in the Western world, they all know it. And that is Yoga Darshan Shastra. Out of the 6 Shastras, one of them is Yoga Shastra. And that has been taught to us by Patanjali Rishi, the saint Patanjali. So do you see, Patanjali didn't go home to home and did marriages and housewarming ceremonies and all that. He did teaching of yoga to the world. Do you see? So Brahmins are not only the priests, Brahmins are also the educators of this world. And so broadly speaking, Krishna Bhagavan says in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, some of you might have heard this. Chaturvarnyam maya sishtam guna karma vibhagashah. I have created this world with 4 different kinds of general duties. Brahmin, who teaches everyone. So teachers, essentially according to our definition, your university professor is also a Brahmin. Do you get that? Your school teachers are also Brahmins. Because Brahmin is not by janma, not by birth, it is by karma. It is by your action. So if you become a cleaner, you become Shudra. If you become a warrior and fight for your country, you become Kshatriya. If you become a teacher, you become a Brahmin. And if you start a new business, voila, you're a Vaishya. And that is how we should celebrate this Pitru Shraddha Pujas, by incorporating all these different parts of whole as I said earlier on, car example of car, you cannot say steering wheel is more important than the brakes, and vice versa. In a similarly way, we cannot say Brahman is more important than the Shudra, or Shudra is more important than the Vaishya. We are all equally important, and so treating everybody equally and with love, we celebrate this divine celebration which we are culminating and concluding by today's puja. Riddhi Ben, if you have any questions, or Seema Ben, if you have any questions, we can take it now. Sorry, Riddhi Ben, Seema Ben, તમારો અવાજ muted છે.
It was very insightful and very powerful. You know, how you broke down everything about the Shrudras, the Vaishyas, the Brahmins. You know, I think we need to be more aware of the deeper meaning behind all this terminology. We grew up with all this terminology around us, Shudras, Vaishyas, Brahmin. Like I always grew up to believe that a Brahmin was always a priest. But as you said, they're the educators, you know, and Vaishyas, they're the businessmen, and Shudras, cleaners. And what you said, if there are no cleaners, what would happen to our planet? You know, and so all this breakdown, very, very, would you agree with me? Very insightful.
Indeed. Absolutely amazing. Shri Hemingpai, please stick around. We've just got a question that's come in, a hand raised from Dr. G, which is our health episode producer here at Ealing OS. Rajiv Ji, welcome to the show. Big Global Namaste. I think you might be muted.
Thank you so much for giving me the...
Dr. Rajiv, welcome to Healing Our Earth. Just before we start, Hemangji, can you switch off your effects? Otherwise, it gets effect when the host is speaking. So if you switch the effects off, yes, well, it's still on. I can hear
my side is off. My side is off. Maybe because some other people's microphones are open. If I switch off my...
Yes, if you switch, yeah, that's fine. Because we need to interact with you now with Rajiv, Seema, Riddhi, and our senior host Milan Shah, who is going to say slokas and wants to interact. So I'm going to bring him on the screen. And for the next hour or so, or half an hour, let's have interaction there so we can chit chat with each other. And I want to know more about Shradh and your thoughts about cream. So Rajiv, over to you. Carry on with your question. Over.
So, namaste, Hemangji, and so nice to meet you again. You have always been so impressive, and I actually was very in tune with what you have mentioned, and reading Gita, I found exactly what you have said. Lord Krishna has said that the Brahmin and Kshatriya and Shudras are not because of the type of the work they do. It's because of their abilities and the distribution of what they're destined to do. So Shudra is not a bad person. It's the type of the job allocated. And same is what you said. It's not by Jan. The Brahmins are those who are for karma. And people have done like Chanakya has done. He was a great politician. And he has planted and he designed everything to go so that it can be delivered in a way that is the best for the public. And that is the job which I think a great majority of us have forgotten. And I will probably bring it to the sense same as the Prakriti and Nivriti and the performance. They are all so much integrated, related. And that's why we have more miseries in the world. And we have got so much unhealth. And my view is that we should bring from dis-ease, which is lack of ease, back to ease. So the happiness and health become a part of it. We all know that health is not just a physical health. It's a physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, and social. So all these 5 components are part of health. And happiness comes not only from a physical health, and disease is one part, which is departure, and death is the ultimate. And with all homage to our great queen who has been there, and if you allow me, I'll probably recite the shlok which I use in my life when these things happen, with a homage to the queen. Asto ma sadgamaya tamso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya. Om Shanti 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 Sarvesham Sastirna Bhavatu Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Question to you, Hemangji, why we have departed from this Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, the happiness, to this misery. We know that we are all mortals, we are going to die. People are afraid to die. People do everything to prevent the death. They want to see the children, grandchildren, happiness and all that. But in the process, we forget that we all are born on this earth for a purpose. We forget the purpose of life. I ask that question quite often to people. What is your purpose in life? And they say, what? I don't know. So what is your view? You are a great philosopher. I trust you. I believe you. I've heard you on many occasions. So what's your interpretation of it, and how we can bring that health and happiness to people by changing the purpose of life? Because if we change that, the emotional turmoils, the war at the bigger level between the countries, the interracial hatredness, which you know very well happening around the focus you are in, and at individual basis between the wife and the children, and the husband and the community, and this all is happening despite of us knowing that this carry no meaning for a greater good. Why are we still doing it, and how we can avoid it? I would love to know.
Namaste, Rajiv ji. Pranam. I respect you and honor you, and as always, you are amazing. बड़ी खुशी होती है आपको मिल करके. Thank you very much for your kind words. Rajiv ji, you have asked एक तो couple of questions, and all of them very deep ones. In fact, the first question you asked was the second deepest question known to humanity. So now that brings the question, what's the first question, the deepest question of this world? And all the gurus and saints have said that once you find answer to that, there's no more question left in your life. So that I'll come to your question number 2 later on, but I'll just give you the question, not the answer, because there's no scope we can fit it today. The first question is, who am I? Who am I? So suppose if I meet you down the road and I ask you, if I don't know, Hanji bhai sahab, aapka naam kya hai? So you would say, my name is Rajiv Gupta. And then if I say, then what do you do? And then you will tell me I'm doing this job, and this is the country I come from, and this is where I am doing what I'm doing, and all sorts. But if you take your house away from you, if somebody takes your car away from you, then who are you? Who is really Rajiv Gupta? Because you were born, the day you were born, there was no tag on your toe saying, call this child Rajiv from now. Make sense?
Yeah, it
So
does.
until the time you were called Rajiv, the family got together and said, somebody said, let's call him Raju. And somebody said, nah, Raju doesn't sound nice. Let's call him Rajiv. And then Rajiv was passed because the person who took the decision of Rajiv was more stronger person. Uska zyada chalta tha. So they said, no, I'm not going to call him Raju. I'm going to do my way. He's going to be Rajiv. But who was that Rajiv before this name label was stuck to him on his chest? Do you see? Yeah. That is the deepest question. The first question on this world is that one. And second one is yours once. Okay, what is the purpose of our life? That's the second toughest question. And when people don't know this, they ruin their lives. Most people do the easiest thing and they do something called ati. In Sanskrit we have said ati sarvatra varjayet. So you will see a cyclist. In general, if you are a cyclist, what will happen is you will try to get the best cycle, you will learn the best techniques in cycling, and eventually what will happen is, do you know that? What happens to the professional level cyclists? Their hip and knee injuries start up. Even with the runners, if you look at the running specialists who get gold medals and silver medals, most of their knees and hip joints are gone. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Same with Arnold Schwarzenegger, who became Mr. Universe 7 times on this earth. He became one of the largest bodybuilders on this earth. And guess what? He said in one of the interviews, all his joints has been replaced, including shoulder joints, elbow joints, knee joints, hip joints. They are all gone. He had to have all of these joints new. And that is the problem, because we think that I'm a doctor, so I'm only going to be a doctor all the time. If I'm a cyclist, I'm only going to excel in cycling. So we try and push that boundary too much. So the larger question, as you said, what is the philosophy? It's easier to said than done. There is no direction as such that you should do this only. That is the most important thing, and it's mind-boggling for a human to hear this. So if you tell a human being, you have got no particular thing to achieve in life, they will get lost, because human beings like to aim. They like to aim to do things. So like bacha hota hai, to you teach them, oh, you want to become a doctor, you want to become a doctor, you want to become a doctor. Why? Because doctor is A, pays very well. B, you will get a wife easily. I'm talking to a man, a boy, or suppose if you're a girl and you become a doctor, it's easy to find a husband for you now, because mummy can say, "Meri beti to doctor hai," and रिश्ता आसानी से मिल जाएगा, because सबको पता है कि एक तो पढ़ी लिखी है, इंटेलिजेंट है और ज्यादा कमाएगी, पैसा उसका बढ़िया आएगा. There are a lot of pros with that, and so we are taught from childhood to push for these various reasons, not because of medicine alone. Really speaking, medicine is supposed to be done for helping others, not to get a good rishta or get good income. They are very good, we like that, they are byproducts. The primary focus should be helping the humanity. So coming back to the question, what is our purpose in life? Purpose is to have sarvangi vikas. Sarvangi vikas means you are not your heart, you are not your liver, you are not your kidneys. Now, very few people will understand this, but who are in medical field will understand what I am saying now. Suppose your heart, even nowadays people do heart transplant. Suppose your heart is not working and some doctor takes somebody's working heart and swaps it with your heart, your body will work again. Agreed, Rajiv ji?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's use the same example of kidneys. Your kidneys are not working. Doctor comes, swaps somebody else's good kidney with your not working kidney. You will work again?
Yep.
Correct? So you got the hang of my point. Now my final question. Are you your kidney? Or are you your heart? Who are you then? Because when your heart was taken out from your body, which was not working very well, and it was thrown away, and somebody else's heart was given to you, how can you be you with somebody else's heart? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. And I teach that normally, that the doctors who come, that they say, oh, you're a big consultant, you chair the Royal College, specialist committee, and you're all that. And you talk to us just like you're our level, just like a normal human being and all that. And we don't see your like big aura and all that. And I tell them that, look, the basic thing is I'm a human being first, then I'm a doctor, then I'm a consultant, and then I'm chair of the Royal College and whatever. And they need to go in that very order. The hierarchy has to be that. You cannot, if you don't have a base, you can't have the top. So you need to be a good human being. You need to do that all the way, no matter where you are. Your basics are your basics. And I think I question myself. And to answer your first question as you posed, I think exactly like that. Who am I? And this car, all this house, and this all the reputation and my qualification that belong to this body, not to me. I am something more than this human body.
क्या बात है?
That-
बहुत बढ़िया. This is perfect, sir. And therefore, what we are trying to come towards conclusion of that one of the biggest questions of humanity, as you rightly said so, sir, is that what is our purpose, and that is to have a sarvangi vikas all over your heart and your kidneys and your spleen and your digestive system and your autonomous nervous system, all the other systems of your body, all the catabolic, anabolic, all the reactions happening in your body, they all together form that who you called Hemang, that who you called Dr. Rajiv ji. And so you are not any one, but you are the whole. And so we say in our Vedas, in our prayers, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve santu niramayah. We don't say, oh God, in the prayers, please bless me, may I be happy. We never do that. Why? Because we know if I am happy, but my neighbor is crying, my other neighbor is yelling, the other neighbor is beating up other people, there is riots down the street, next door there is a war happening, I will not be happy. The trouble will spill over to me. Like the war is happening in Ukraine, but the prices are going up in England. Do you see? So we are all interconnected. Therefore, we have learnt in Hindu faith to not say, God help me. We say, God help everyone. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Koi bhi dukhi na ho. Not a single person dukhi. Having said that, there is a tough bit to add to it, which most people will, or quite a few people don't like it very much when I say that, but that's the reality of life, and that is, in your garden, those of you who are gardeners will understand this very well. Whether you like it or not, the weeds will grow. Anybody who does gardening, you will understand this. Weeds will grow without you watering it, without you planting it, without you caring for it. It will grow regardless. But the good plants that you want, like apple tree, pear tree, cherries, raspberries, blueberries, all those, if you want those, you have to do two things. You have to uproot all the trees, all the trees that you don't want, all the plants, the weeds that you don't want. And then you have to do the second thing, and that is sow the right plants that you want. In a similar way, doctors also do that. So when they find a tumor in the body, what they do is they go to the tumor and excise, cut it off, and take that tumor out. And the area where there are bad cells, cancerous cells, they target those cells with radio waves and destroy them. So what a doctor does to fix you is, if there is a cancer lump in your body, doctor will use a scalpel. Also, you can know it as a local word is knife. They use a very, very sharp knife and they cut your skin. They cut your fat and other layers. They cut below the muscles. They go below there and they find the tumor and they cut the tumor and take it out. So they are doing hinsa. They are doing bloodletting, but to fix you. And this is a tough thing to understand, that you have to be tough to be good. You cannot just say, oh beta theek ho jaoge, let me do the prayers for you and you'll be fine. No. You have to do the operation. You have to make cuts and bleed that person. And you have to be really, really, having just again a jigra to open up somebody's body and take that bad lump out. In a similar way, in our minds, we constantly get bad thoughts. And we have to understand that this world is made of yin and yang, dvandva. This world is always made of dvandva. So it is folly when somebody says, oh no, I am good, the world is good, and everybody will be good, and let there be good everywhere. They are living in cuckoo land. If they are saying that, send them to Ukraine between the bombs and they'll realize how good there is in this world. Usko wahan bhejo. Send them to Afghanistan. Send them to Iraq. They will find out how good it is. Okay, they are living in cuckoo land. They are living in the peaceful country where there is taxes paid by others and yourselves, and they think the world is very nice and it's everything is honey and butter. No, 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 no. You will always have night and you'll always have day. You'll always have yin. You'll always have yang. You'll always have health and you'll always have cancerous tumors in your bodies. In fact, as Dr. Saab, आपको तो पता ही होगा, but generally for everybody, I would like to just add it. It's a very simple thing, but very few people know this in general, and that is, we all carry cancerous cells in our body. Everybody has cancerous cells in their body. The only difference is that when your immune system is down, the cancerous cells start to grow up, and they flare up with the support of bad things in your body. But so long as you are in the healthy section of your life, you're eating good, you're doing good exercise, you're doing good meditation, your lifestyle is very good, then the cancerous cells will struggle to grow. And hence, you are without cancer. But the day you stop doing all the good things, the cancer will start to grow. It's a similar example to your garden, which I said, the weeds. If you want to see how good your garden is without weeding, just stop weeding your garden for 6 months and come back to me. Just ignore your garden for 6 months and your garden, you won't be able to walk in your garden. It will be that bad. And that's what I'm trying to say, that there is yin, there is yang, there is day, there is night. Like there is always sukha, there is always dukkha attached to it. And so we have to not only be a good person ourselves, but we have to accept and understand that there is evil outside. If there was no evil outside, then we wouldn't need any policing, any jails, any courts. Everybody would be happy anyway. But no, and I know that's not the case. So coming out of the cuckoo land, we need to live on the real earth. And when this is the whole part of the purpose question, which Dr. Saab, you said, how can we take this purpose forward in our life? And that is, Shatrunam buddhinasho astu. There is a very good mantra to explain this. Shatrunam buddhinasho astu, mitranam mudayastava, yavad bhagirathi ganga, yavad devo maheshwara, yavad vedaha pravartante, tavat tvam vijayi bhava. So we were never told to be non-violent. Anybody who teaches non-violence is a naughty person or a cuckoo land person. Because to be a medicine person, you need a knife, very sharp knife. You know it as scalpel, right? To do gardening, you need a very sharp instrument to work into the, jameen jo khedte hain, khedut hote hain, jo farmers hote, they have to till the earth with the sharp instruments so that they can work. For your mother to cook your meal, she needs a sharp knife to cut and get ready the vegetables. And when naughty people are attacking your country, you need sharp weapons to destroy them. Anywhere you are not using all that and you're just using flower garlands, that won't work. And coming back to the whole idea that we have to use both the sides, sarve bhavantu sarvangi vikas, we should have a solution for good and care for them, and we should have solution for evil and care for that. When we have a balanced approach, then only can we have a holistic growth for everyone. And that's what our purpose is, to enjoy our life, have fun, not go mad after any one thing in excess, I would say.
Hemang Bhai, that was wonderfully explained by you. We'll carry on this with Rajiv, yourself, Riddhi, Seema. We move over to our senior host at Healing Our Earth, who has been there from the very beginning. He is going to sing and chant for us, and then he will join into discussions as well. So welcome, Milan Shah. Over to you. You're singing and chanting, and just bless us.
Good. Namaste, and lovely to be here. As you can see from a slightly different background. Hemangji, I think we've met before, but not for a while. So namaste to everyone. And when you mention the knife, it reminded me of one verse from chapter 15 of the Gita. It says, Krishna says, Asanga shastrena dridena chitva, which means use that sword of dispassion. So which weapon do you have? Well, actually see the world as it is through dispassion and see things as they are, like a true spiritual scientist. But my younger one's here, Charan, so he's off to, Navratri is starting, so we've just come from Garba, from a children's Garba. He's off to another one. So Charan wanted to chant briefly, so that's why he's been waiting very patiently. He's like, I'm waiting, and he listened very, very carefully. So Charan, I thought you'd wanted to chant a few things, so you can hear here. So every year, I think Charan's connection, particularly with Queen Elizabeth, has been, I think, watching the Christmas messages, watching and reading about her connection, particularly with children. So that, Charan, you wanted to chant a few prayers. I think you wanted to start with, you can start with Mrityunjaya mantra. You may do? So you can look here. Om Trayam
Vakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivartanam Uravarukamiva bandhanan mrityor mokshiyamamrita ata
Om Bhur
Bhuvasvaha tatsavitor varenyam Vargo devasya dhimahi Dhiyo yo na prachodayata
Om Gana
Om tva ganapati gum havamahe Kavin kavinam upamasavastamam Jayasarajam brahmana Brahmanaspatana Shunvannotivi Siddhasadanam
Om Shri Mahaganapataye Namaha. Om Sahana
Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahavidyam Karavavahai Tejasvinapati Tamastu Mavitvishavahai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Well done, Charan. Some good chanting there. So thank you for that, Charan. So we were there today at where we're going to another Garba now, but we learned particularly today of the three. We think of the Queen also being that Shakti in herself and that power coming through. So we heard of the three goddesses particularly that we have in these 9 nights. So for the first 3 nights, who do we have, Charan? We were just saying before. So who's first? Who gives us strength?
Durga.
Durga Ma. And then after that, who gives us the wealth or the
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi Mata? And then finally, who gives us the knowledge?
Saraswati.
Okay, good. So you were listening. So we had a lovely Garba, and I think Charan's going to head off. So you can do. Well, I know you had been learning one other mantra. I know you're doing the Lingashtakam. And do the first verse of the Lingashtakam.
Brahma Murari Surachita Lingam Nirmalavachita Shobhita Lingam Janmaja Dukkha Vinashaka Lingam Tat Pranamami Sada Shiva Lingam.
Good boy, well done. So yeah, Charan enjoys his chanting anyways, you can see. And which one do we do every day? So we do a Gayatri mantra every day, and we're doing a Hanuman Chalisa every day. So you're going to be off. So do you want to say namaste to everyone? Namaste. Okay, good. And this is Charan's mug. Actually, I don't know if you can see that. He's actually got me a namaste mug, so it's quite good. So, so carrying on, I know. I think certainly for those, I've sort of been brought up here in England, but with my roots very much in Sanatan Dharma. But seeing the Queen has been that embodiment, and many people have said it before, but she remained that stable person, that stable monarch. And there are many debates, whether we've had them on Healing Our Earth elsewhere, about the empire or colony, etc. And today's maybe not the day. Today's maybe still reflecting on this particular Jivatma, this particular character who remained steadfast in her duty. And every generation could have a contact with her and have a connection. And particularly any generation, any ethnic group as well. I've got plenty of whichever ethnic background had that connection, had that love with the Queen. And we've seen that outpouring over these last few weeks as well. So with that, I thought we'd share one. Hopefully I've got share screen. I wanted to share one with you. I have, and so I'll just see if I can share my screen. with you. Just see if I can do this. Just have a look and just see. Let's do that there. So Hemangji, you certainly know this, but it's a beautiful, it's always been one of my favorite chants actually, and I haven't chanted for a while, but Adi Shankaracharya many years ago said, look, Lord Shiva, I'm doing this prayer to you, but I don't have all of the equipment to do the puja at the moment. So this was called a Manasa Puja. I don't have all these things, but I can imagine them for you. So it's a lovely prayer, and it's always one that's been close to my heart. I haven't chanted for a while, but I wanted to chant it today. So, and those of you who can see the screen, do chant along as well. And then I'll go to the next page when we're ready. Ratnai kalpitamasanam himajalaihi snanam cha divyambaram nana ratna vibhushitam ragamada modankitam chandanam jati champaka bilva patra rachitam pushpam cha dhupam tatha Deepam Devadayanidhe Pashupate Hritkalpitam Krihyatam Sovarne Navaratna Khandarachite Patre Kritam Payasam Bhaksham Panchavidam Payodadiyutam Rambhafalam Panakam Shakanamayutam jalam ruchikaram karpura khandojvalam tambulam manasamaya virachitam bhaktya praposvi kuru chhatram chamaryayoryugam vyajamakam cha adarshakam nirmalam Veena bheri mridanga kahalakala Geetam chanrityam tatha Sashtangam pranatistutir bahuvida Yetat samastam maya Sankalpena samarpitam tava vibho Pujam grahana prabho Atma tvam girijamatihi Sahacharaha pranashariram graham Pujate vishayo bhabhogarachana Nidra samadhistitihi Sanchara padayo pradakshina vidihi Stotrani sarvagiro Yat yat karma karomi tat tadakhilam Shambho Tavaradhanam. And a very famous verse, many will know this. Karacharana kritam va kayajam karmajam va shravanayana jamba manasam va paradham vihitam avihitam va sarvametacchamasva jaya jaya karunabde Shri Mahadeva Shambho Shri Mahadeva Shambho, Shri Mahadeva Shambho. So thank you for those who've been patiently listening to that, but it's a very powerful prayer, and I hope you saw some of the translations there as well. And it's powerfully done. It's sometimes done at the time of Shradh. Many prayers also we have, Mrityunjaya mantra, but particularly of Lord Shiva as well at that time. So with that, and when I joined, I think Hemangji was really beautifully talking about this, the Varna system, the Varna ashrama, and particularly it's sometimes so misunderstood. And actually, if you reflect psychologically, our ancient rishis were ancient scientists, and they saw that in every team, actually these personality types are there. They're just named differently. So if you go to Western psychology, you'll have a different way of thinking about it. But essentially, you need, as we've heard already, you need the muscles to, and within us, actually, a very well-developed person actually has all of these 4 personalities with them. So actually, you'll see when we're working, you need the muscles, you need those to work, but they need to be guided as well. And actually, if you see, I'm jumping around, but you see this beautiful verse, the Purusha Suktam. So again, you see all these different parts, the limbs, and you see the Shudras of the legs to keep us moving, etc. So the muscles are required. the ability to generate wealth or income. So the Vaishnas, and you'll see some people have that necessary knack. Alas, I'm not one of them at all, but who have the knack of being able to generate that wealth, and it's a skill in itself, but for the good as well. So then we know, again, without moving again too much, the four aims of life as well. So moksha, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So first comes dharma. So can we earn wealth in the pursuit of righteousness, etc. And then, as we say, we need warriors or kshatriyas, we need leaders. So actually in modern times, we see that kshatriya spirit, we need a leader. It may be a politician, it may be a manager, but strong leaders as well. But then who's there to guide us? Those humble teachers. And Hemangji said beautifully, it's actually the professors, the current intellectuals, who are there again, who want to serve humanity as well. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. So it's a really beautiful model, and it can be really reinterpreted definitely for the 21st century. And we see it all the time. Unfortunately, when you see it a lot by academics, we'll see it as the caste system or whatever, but it's definitely not. It's the Varna Ashrama system. And you see that. And as more and more you reflect on these personality types, you'll see those there. So it was really interesting to join at that part of the conversation as well. And we reflect today, we come to the end of Shradh, we reflect on our ancestors, on our loved ones. And the one thing comes back is that of gratitude or a debt. So, and Hemangji will tell us, and I'm sure when he does an Upanayana ceremony or so on, you have these rin, you have these debts that you have to pay. And these three sort of debts that you can never really bring back. One is to the Rishi rin. So to our ancient teachers, all that knowledge has come. So these ancient scientists, Rishi actually just means, as we know, he's a scientist. So our modern day Rishis are different. And then Devatas, to the environment, to the forces of the environment. So luckily my boys recently did the Upanaya ceremony. So every day the father has to chant the Gayatri mantra, and we say these three rins. So you have this Upanaya and a thread, and these three threads are there, particularly. So my debts to the Rishis, the debts to my knowledge, I must keep my culture, whatever culture you belong to. We may say Hindu, we may say whichever culture, but may I maintain and learn about that. Otherwise, if I don't learn, that knowledge is going to be lost. So may I keep my learning at all points. Devatas, may I always have that responsibility to the environment. And therefore the children are taught, chant this Gayatri mantra and chant it to the sun. So that sun is the embodiment of always service. And then finally, the Pitru. So the Rin is to my ancestors and my Pitrus, and that is a debt or a gratitude. So that was the point I wanted to make really, was that of gratitude to all of our teachers and all of our ancestors and our parents and those who are living as well. So those who are watching, our parents, our siblings, our spouse, etc., of that gratitude. So that was just a message to share really. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to chant. I don't often, usually when I'm coming on, don't really have a chance to chant or sing. So it was nice to do that as well. And despite being a doctor, it was very hard to find a spouse, and certainly very hard to find any money. I think if you work in the NHS, there's no chance of, so certainly I'm not sure if my mum said, yeah, he's a doctor, but you're totally right. I'm saying it as a joke, but you said, what is our ambition and your aim and your goal? And sometimes even as a practice, I work as a GP and in a practice, sometimes you bring back to the staff, what are we here for? And sometimes people are so caught up in everything else. Actually, we're here to serve our patients. And sometimes it sounds really obvious, but actually even something like that to remind people. So if even in a job that's so clear, it becomes unclear, how deeper is it to know what's our purpose as the goal of life? But beautifully, we've been given, again, another thing, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha is another way of so pursuing dharma, which is a very deep word, but we can say it's righteousness, the way of living. Artha, to earn wealth, but within the limits of dharma, to maintain my needs. Kama, to have that pleasure and enjoyment. But finally, after these three, you may keep working dharma within the limits. There's actually the matrix. We need time to get out of the matrix, and that is moksha. There must be a bit more to this, and actually realizing that actually, as you say, am I this body? Am I this equipment? Am I this antakarana, this mana, chitti, buddhi, ahankar? But actually, may I see something deeper? So these are just some messages to share, and it's lovely to see you as well. So Hemangji, I'm sure we'll connect again in person in due course, and it will be lovely to meet up. And Rajiv, I'm sure as well, and Riddhi and Seema will be good to meet in person in due course. Maybe at Diwali, come to Trafalgar Square, Diwali, Sunday the 9th. We'll all be there.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. So namaste.
That would be wonderful. And yes, that is one of our future events, isn't it, Riddhi? Full of color
Yes,
and joy. As we celebrate everything on Healing Our Earth, we're going to have our Diwali in London event on October 9th at Trafalgar Square. And Dr. Milan Shah, who just spoke of Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. Like you said, Dharma is a very deep topic, you know, and Artha, Kama, of course, the enjoyment, and of course, the ultimate, which is actually why we're here in this human body. They say, na manushya janam 50,000 janmon ke baad milti hai. So I'll translate that for our viewers that you get the birth. It is said in Hinduism that you receive the birth of a human body after 50,000 births. And you are given this body, this human body, to be able to transcend and actually reach nirvana or be liberated and get moksha, freedom. So they're very, very subtle, important messages within the Hindu school of thought. Let's say it's very important for you. Now I come back to my Ayurvedic roots to look after your body, because your body is the temple of your soul, to look after your mind, you know, to nourish yourself, and of course to serve and look after others as well. You know, all very, very powerful thoughts, something to really think about during this time of Shradh. You know, as we honor and celebrate our ancestors, it's a time to think about what they have done for us as well. You know, and how we can celebrate everything they have done for us and pray for their liberation, for their moksha. You know, do the rituals and honor them and actually pray that they do transcend and go into that realm of mukti.
Really helpful, and as you say, these purusharthas, and to seek that goal of life as well. And again, Hemangji was saying, sarve bhavantu sukhinaha, may we actually be in tune with all those around me. And as you and sarve, as Hemangji was saying, sarve doesn't mean all human beings; it means all beings. So may I be in tune with plants, with animals, etc., and that in touch with humanity. So I think especially our Hindu culture has so much to offer, and we have to be ready to first educate ourselves, and soon as we've got something, we keep sharing it, particularly with our youngsters and that generation. As I was recently chairing a discussion on spirituality in the youth, and one of the debates at the moment is, I want to be spiritual but not religious, which is fine, that's okay. But actually shying away from, and they said, well, I want to do spiritual, I want to do yoga, I want to do these things. Actually, well, the very source material, as was taught by Hemangji, is that, well, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, and actually not just asanas, but what comes next, yama, niyama, etc. What's dharana, dhyana, samadhi, so all these steps are there. So, you know, maybe all keep sharing. So
definitely. And what I really liked, Milan Bhai, about you is that you have imbibed so much effort in the Charan, and we can see the results are so encouraging and amazing to be proud of. So I'm just chuffed. Well done.
He's good, and they come with their own karmas, as you see. So
True, so true. But you are lucky to have such a soul with you. And remember, it's like a diamond. You always get a diamond, but you have to polish it, and you've done that.
Quite.
And your Sanskrit mantra Ucharan was superb.
It was good. So yeah, we're part of the Chinmay mission. So he goes to the Chinmay mission classes and goes and he enjoys chanting.
He was very good.
And
at such a young age.
The younger one couldn't sit still, so he's already left. But each one, and as I said, and his evening thing is, Dad, you've got to read me the Ramayana. So in the evening, then we read. We've got a children's Ramayana every evening. We're going through, so it's good, and that way we keep going around it.
Yes. I would like to come in and say, when you brought this Ramayana topic up, Milanji, I believe that if you want to learn to live life, the nearest best encyclopedia to learn from is Ramayana. That's my way of thinking. If you want to learn how to leave this world, what kind of karma you want to do and leave this world, then you go to Srimad Bhagavatam. But if you want to learn how to live this life, what is an ideal, if you want to see what is ideal, what you want to look up to, then it's Ramayana. That's what we should do, because there are a lot of good characters to learn from there, and Ram is Ram. There's no discussion about that. But then if you look at Bharatji, my goodness, if you look at Hanumanji, mind-boggling. If you look at all the different characters in Ramayana, they have all serving a purpose. Even Kaikai, if you take Kaikai out, where is Ramayana left? Think of it. If you take Kaikai out, there is no Ramayana left. So Kaikai is a central stage person. Everybody in Ramayana is very, very deep, and there is reasoning. In fact, I studied Ramcharitmanas a lot. I don't know, Milanji, are you looking towards Ramcharitmanas or Srimad Valmiki Ramayana?
So it's a bit of both. So I think this version was actually the Valmiki Ramayana, which is really interesting because it sees Ram with more as a man, and you see then Tulsidas' Ramcharitmanas, which then brings out that real divinity and bhakti. So it was a really interesting time to see these two different Ramayans. And the other thing was to research is how many different Ramayans there are. And one that you came across, I went to Thailand, I went to Bangkok. And as you know, if those of you know that the king of Thailand is known as King Rama. So actually they've carried on that on. And the Thai Ramayana is called the Ramakien. And again, how they come forward in that. And some Ramayans where Sita is taken as the main hero, because as you say, every character is so strong. Like you take the Mahabharata, even Yudhishthir, Arjuna, such great personalities. You don't worship them or bow down to them. But as you say, Bharat, actually he could be on an altar and you'd actually do a puja, or Lakshman is there. So every character in the Ramayana, and as our Guru Swamiji would say, the most successful character in history. Oh, there you go. Found it. That was very sad. The two boys.
Beautiful.
Here's my little one. So this is Swami Swarupananda. Oh my God, I'm actually wearing the same kurta top on that same day. So just a few days ago, we had Bhiksha for Swami Swarupananda, and my boys had a chance to cook for him. So they cooked actually some Thai food of all things. So Swamiji was saying the most successful character in the history is Hanumanji. There's actually everything he took up, he actually succeeded in doing. And no one in the history can actually have a bad word to say about Hanumanji. And
there's one more thing, is the selfless love of Hanumanji and so on.
Yeah.
They teach you how to be selfless. Just now, every time we do anything, we are thinking, what's in it for me? Quite the opposite of what they used to do before.
Oh, good. If we start the topic of Ramayana, we'll be here. We'll keep going. Really, really interesting topics. And another one was then again is the Adhyatma Ramayana. So this is again another text that actually takes the whole symbolism of the Ramayana and takes it as a meditation. So actually, Ram represents the intellect. Mother Sita is the mind and bhakti. Actually, Lakshman is there's intellect. Ram is the Atma to be found. Hanumanji is like the guru that takes you there. So it becomes a meditation. And it said, look, Hemangji, I'm sure you've taken Ramayana talks, but it said actually when you sit through, it's actually a meditation. But these particular, even these Rakshasas, each one like Marich or Subang, actually represent different negative aspects of our mind. And actually, as you listen even to the Katha, because you guys are just listening to stories or whatever, because the intellectuals say, no, we want to focus on meditation or study Vedanta. And they also want to actually there's a beauty in actually just listening to Ram Katha, because the Katha itself becomes a purification. You talked about the weeds, right? The weeds in the garden. And actually, who's the gardener? Actually, by listening through that story, you think, well, what can happen? But actually, if it's told beautifully and you go through that, actually, it becomes a meditation itself. And each of these negativities come down. Even in Krishna's life, right? So the 8 demons, even Putna, Bakasura, etc. Each demon actually represented some negative quality of ourselves. So our ancient rishis knew, look, this such deep knowledge, how am I going to imbibe it into the younger generation or even whichever generation through these? This are not just stories, but there are meditations in themselves.
Yes, and there is another Ramayana that I thought of, Ananda Ramayana. You might have heard of that.
No, not heard.
This is well known in the south of India. It's got a totally different chapter in there as well, where it says that Lord Rama wanted to do the Sthapna of Shivalinga, but he wasn't a Brahmin.
Right.
Remember, Ram wasn't a Brahman, he was a Kshatriya, so he couldn't get the Brahman. And the nearest, most intelligent person who is the nearest to you in your geographical nearity, and who is a devout Lord Shiva Bhakta was to be found. And surprisingly, they found out that the most devout, Bhakt of Lord Shiva and a Brahmin, all the ticks were with Ravana.
Ravan, yes.
And so in that Ramayana it says that Lord Rama sent his emissaries, including Lakshmanji, to invite Ravana to say, I want to be a Yajman, you become my guru, and you do the sthapna for me, Shivalinga sthapna. And at that time, this is very interesting. Do we have few minutes? Okay. So Ravan said that, okay, I'll come and do this for you. He came to Lord Rama and said, okay, let's start the puja. And so Ram Bhagwan started to, take Achmana in his hand to do Achmana. And then Ravan said, I cannot do puja like this. You have to be with your wife. Then Ramji started smiling at Ravan, saying, you took it away, you are the problem. And so what happened was that Ramji said, listen, you took my wife away and now you want her here. I can't help it. It's your problem. Now you are the priest, you are my head, and it is your duty to fix my puja correctly. So you do what you have to do. And so Ravana loaned Sita Mata for a little time. He brought Sita Mata there. They did the sthapna, they did the puja. And Ravan said, as I promised, I did the puja for you. But according to my karma and our Bhagyodaya, I'm going to take Sita Mata back with me. You have to come and fight the war and do the full thing, as we know it as Leela. And so this is all part of Anand Ramayana in the south of India.
Really, really interesting, isn't it? And the richness, and but it needs that time and experienced people like us to also interpret it, etc. So just for our next generation. But it's been great being on, and really been good again. We can connect again because I think every week. I know Hemangji's come before, but Healing Our Earth, it's amazing, Neil, that every week we're still having topics there. Particularly, and I know Rajiv's been on, and what's really come up is this integrated health forum. So if you see Hemangji on that, you may have joined one of the sessions, but we've got, even on that group, particularly Ayurveda, yoga, conventional doctors, and really interesting topics, and making way forward for that. And so it's been, Healing Our Earth has had many initiatives right from the beginning when COVID struck and we started the Global Gayatri Mantra. And then from there, I know Seema's been hosting the vegan and vegetarian kitchen. Lots of topics still coming up. And Neil, every week, I don't know quite how you do it. You bring everyone together. Sometimes you twist people's arms, saying, you must come on for a short period. And we're ready. And I know Neil's also busy helping with so we've got I'm sure in Leicester. Hemangji, you're based in Leicester, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know Diwali is very big there as well. But our big program here, Diwali in London, will be coming up on Trafalgar Square in a few weeks. First time after a long time, fully on the square.
That would be amazing. In fact, we are trying to do this and join you all if possible. Wife and children and logistics. So we'll see what we can do. Yeah. But having said that, about that photo that I saw earlier with the children and Param Pujya Swami Swarupanandaji, great personality. I haven't seen him much, but I've heard a lot about him. There's one more thing I would like to just bring it to our viewers. Some of them might not know, why is he wearing orange robes? What is the significance of that? I don't know if you would like to share that a little bit, please, with everyone. Why is he wearing that? Or do you want me to expand on it a little bit?
I mean, as I know, it's the fire of sannyas, particularly of that orange, of that dispassion, etc. And I mean, you can explain more, but this particular parampara is from Swami Shivananda. So this particular lineage of Swamis are called, their name ends with Saraswati. So actually it's Swami Swarupananda Saraswati. And Swami Shivananda was a great, as you know, those who know Shivananda Yoga, a great teacher of yoga, Vedanta in the Rishikesh in the 1940s and 50s. And I'd say most teachers of Vedanta in Hinduism and yoga have all gone through Swami Shivananda and the Divine Life Society in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Really interesting. But do share also on the orange, Hemangji, what you might want to share on that.
Definitely, as you just said, Milanji, on the same lines, is this saffron color is representing the fire. And what does the fire represent is a fire is called Pavaka. So if you read Bhagavad Gita, if you read all the other scriptures, you will find the word for fire as Pavaka. Pavak itself translated is purifier. Agni is a purifier. So when you take raw gold from earth, if you want to make jewelry, you want purity at a higher level. So what you do is you heat it up. And same with your meal. When you cook it, when you heat it up, it releases the energies that you want for your body. And Agni is the purifier and energizer. So when you're cold, you turn on your heating at home. When you want to drive a car, you turn on the engine where there is fire in the engine, and that fire purifies and energizes your car. The big fire in the world, which is the sun, Surya Narayana Dev, the sun, is also fire, and that is representing the energizer and purifier. And so the duty of a saint like Pujya Swami Swarupanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj, his life is also dedicated to all of us as well, about purifying us and energizing us. That's what his duty is, and that's what his color is showing us. In a nutshell, there is much more to it, but I would like to put it in that way, just for easier consumption.
Absolutely beautiful that we can actually see all of the different dynamics come together. I know both Heming Bhai and Milanji, you've mentioned this whole system of actually having Sudras and having Brahmins and having this whole hierarchy within the Varna system. And I'd like to actually say that now we're moving into more the modern times, it's almost like seeing the statue of Vishnu Bhagwan, but instead of him standing up, he's lying on his side. And we're seeing everybody as equals within the Varna system, and everyone's got that role to play. So for example, whether it's Ram Bhagwan, whether it's Hanuman Bhagwan, whether it's Ravana, everyone's got that beautiful piece to play in society, coming together as one. And that's the power of having all of these different festivals. That's the power of something like Healing Our Earth, is where we can all just come together as one, to be present in the moment, and to be able to have those sharings, to have those learnings. And I think especially now that we're actually going into the modern times, we can start to reflect on things like the Bhagavad Gita, things like the Ramayana, and bring them into the modern context, bring them into a context that works for us today. So for example, what was the Varna system, which then got misinterpreted as the caste system, which now if we actually bring it into modern times, it's more about the roles that we play, looking beyond the body, looking beyond the mind, and starting to focus on who we really are inside, the divinity, the light, and allowing the divinity and the light to spread and share its wisdom. So I'd just like to say thank you to both of you for sharing such amazing work and enlightening our lives, enlightening our spirits. And Global Namaste.
Thank you so much. It was good to join. Usually we're hosting. I think Hemangji just sent a message. I think he's got to be away for the next 5-10 minutes. And
Right.
I can see other guests have joined as well. And so I won't take up time. I think I'm being pulled as well to go and do. I think I've got to go to another kids go about, but I've still got to finish some work as well. But it's been good, and it's been good to share today as well. And again, you know, to respect our ruler. I think the other thing, I think we're told to be in tune. So I feel very British, and I feel very connection with my loyalty to Britain, and that doesn't at all conflict with me with living a spiritual life following Hinduism. It really feels completely natural and comfortable. And I think, if anything, Britain it has a lot of depth to it as well. And you look at a lot of the ancient cultures, even within Britain or so on, all the multicultural aspect. Sure, there are sometimes a lot of frictions and so on, but I think we're still extremely lucky to be here. And I think very proud to be British and to follow and to be law abiding and follow, you know, follow our I would say our government, but our rulers as well, and debate them as needed as well. So
Absolutely.
and you know, there'll be people on the thing saying, should there be a royal family or not? But do debate. There's certainly some very interesting reasons why a royal family as a figurehead can be very helpful as well in many ways. And I've heard a lot of things where when there's not one, there's so much, people need that sense of a symbolic head. And for example, in America, the president, the first lady, all these people are all everything is superimposed on them. I think in that way, having a royal family here, some of it's slightly diluted. It's quite good. But I can see Mina Ben on. I can see from USA someone on as well. So I'm going to sign out. I'll stay on where I can. But really, really good again. I'm sure we'll meet in person. Namaste. Thank you, Neil, for having me on.
Milan, it's always nice to have you. I remember you were one of the first ones and we were doing role play, and look where we are today. You've become a fantastic presenter. I'll be seeing you at Diwali, and Healing Our Earth will be doing lots of recordings. So you are part of the team where we'll get in touch and we'll all meet up on the Trafalgar Square and enjoy. And thank you, Hemang Bhai and Mina, welcome. And shortly, we'll be going to USA. We'll be going to the other side of the world shortly. Just before we go, Mina, maybe you can sing a nice bhajan or so for Hitendra Rana, who is in USA. And he has got a wonderful lineup of 30 minutes for us. So Mina, you can sing one bhajan, and after Hitendra ji goes in half an hour, it's all your half an hour later from there for the bhajans. So Riddhi, it's all yours. A bhajan from Mina. We go to USA, and from there on, we just share the experience of Shradh and the Queen. Thank you.
Global Namaste, everyone.
Global Namaste, Meena ji. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I hear you've got an amazing message to share with us today.
Yes, I'm going to sing a beautiful song. I'm going to sing this Shraddhanjali song for the Queen. And so just excuse my voice, it's a little croaky and heavy today because I had a very late night show last night, and I came very late. So I'm going to sing this beautiful Shraddhanjali song. Beautiful wordings for the Queen. Rani tamar charne dhariye Shraddhanjali na phool. Rani tamar charne dhariye Shraddhanjali na phool. Kema kari hame chukvi shakiye, kema kari hame chukvi shakiye, tamara sneh namo. Rani tamar charne dhari Shraddhanjali na phool. मायाड़ू मुखड़ू ने मीठी नजर, वैभव एमा छलके सभर. मायाड़ू मुखड़ू ने मीठी नजर, वैभव एमा छलके सभर. याद तमारी सचवाई रहशे, याद तमारी सचवाई रहशे, हैया माँ हर पल. हो हैया माँ हर पल. रानी तमारी चरणे धरे Shraddhanjali na phool. जीवन मां बीजू बधू मड़शे, राणी ना दर्शन न क्यारे थशे. जीवन मां बीजू बधू मड़शे, राणी ना दर्शन न क्यारे थशे. संभारता तमने मारा नैना, संभारता तमने मारा नैना. अश्रुथी छलके छल छल, हो अश्रुथी छलके छल छल रानी तमारे चरणे धरे श्रद्धांजलि ना परम कृपाळु हमारा रानी ने देजो तमारी शीडी छत्र छान चरणों भक्ति देजो ये मां आत्मनि संभाळ लेजो सदा पावन तमारी आज्ञा जीवता पावन तमारी आज्ञा जीवता पामे मुक्ति अचल हो पामे मुक्ति अचल रानी तमारी चरणे धरी श्रद्धांजलि नाफो रानी तमारी चरणे धरी श्रद्धांजलि नाफो श्रद्धांजलि नाफो श्रद्धांजलि नाफो श्रद्धांजलि नाफो. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minaji. What a beautiful message.
My pleasure.
So, reflecting on that, what are some of the key messages that you'd like to share with our audience?
May there be a lot of peace. May everyone stay healthy, happy, most importantly. Because if we don't have health, good health, we may not be happy. So health is very important, yes, and for us to be happy. And yes, we have lost a beautiful soul recently, our queen. So I thought this is an apt song for our Rani, our Maharani, our queen. So I thought I should sing this beautiful song with beautiful meaning for you all.
It's an absolutely beautiful share, so meaningful, so positive. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, thank you.
So that brings us on to our next speaker, is Hitendraji Rana. He is a suburban soul satsang, originally from Navsari, Gujarat, and later he achieved his Bachelor of Science from the Bombay University. His musical and spiritual journey started at a very young age of 9 years by singing praise at school and singing Ramdev Bir bhajans. Later, he moved to Montreal, Canada. After marrying Kalpana, became a lead singer in the Navrang Orchestra, a local music band. Since 2001, after he met a Himalayan guru, Shri Shiv Krupanand Swami, he dedicated his singing hobby time for spreading the Samarpan meditation all over the USA and Canada to bring the blessings of the Himalayan gurus to our society. In 2009, he migrated with his family to Raleigh in USA. Currently, he is serving as the chairperson of the non-profit organization Shri Shiv Krupanand Swami Foundation of America. He created greater spiritual awareness in the life of many people globally through his YouTube channel, Soul Satsang, the life stories of meditation practitioners all over the world by interview series. This is Samarpan. Hitendraji, a big global namaste to you. Welcome once more to our platform. It's lovely to have you here.
Thank you very much for warm welcome, as well as beautiful introduction, Riddhiji. And what a beautiful voice Meena Ben has sang, such a beautiful Gujarati Bhajan, I would say, because it is more to dedicate the love and sentiments of a person, of the people. Hum kehte hain praja. The love of the people in the kingdom of United Kingdom, I would say. So for the Queen, very lovely, beautiful voice. I was mesmerized by your singing. आप कहते हैं कि आपकी आवाज थोड़ी बैठी हुई है, कल लेट सोए, लेकिन मुझे तो ऐसा लगा ही नहीं. So namaste from my soul to the soul of every viewer of this program. Global namaste. So today,
Jitendraji, what is the key message that you would like to share today?
So today I'm going to talk a little bit about Shraddhanjali, what it means to us, and how we offer. Of course, I will follow Minaji's trend that she started in Gujarati. I will sing a couple of Gujarati bhajans, and how through bhajans, our culture has kept alive the tradition of connecting with the souls who are departed. During this Pitru Paks, which is a very special time just before starting the Navratri worship of Goddess Durga. So if you allow me to share something, I would share and we will talk together. Sounds good?
Yes, go ahead, please. There should be a share screen button at the bottom of your screen to allow you to share your screen.
Yes. Okay. So I would start with 2 slokas. As always, I like to do that. And then we will continue this discussion and sing a couple of bhajans with my story. I like to tell what message I want to share with some commentary and some slokas and bhajans. So we will do that. Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Saksat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Tvamev Mata Cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva bandhushcha sakha Tvameva Tvameva vidya dravinam Tvameva Tvameva sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva sarvam Mama Deva Deva Tvameva sarvam Mama Deva Deva. This is the picture of my parents. I started last week's program by the story of how they inculcated beautiful values of love, honesty, integrity, devotion in my life that made me who I am today. So every human being somewhere somehow feels that my parents are my God. And if they don't, from today onwards, after watching this program, they will feel like that. We are offering our tribute to Queen Elizabeth II, as the entire world is aware what happened, what a great loss we have by her departing soul. For me, my mother, whose name was Hiraben, that means diamond, is another queen. And coincidentally, today is the day of her Punyatithi or Shradh to offer. Today is also Sarvapitru Amas. That means we can offer homage to every departed soul on this day if you have not done it in any of this time. So this is a Shraddhanjali to my mom, Hiraben, and my father. We used to call him Bapuji, Chandulal. So Shraddhanjali, what does this word mean? It is paying the homage or offering a heartfelt gratitude to a loved one who is no more with us in a body form. That means they are dead. In India, just before Aso Navratri, we observe 15 days of Pitru Paks to celebrate the death anniversary of our ancestors or loved ones. On the Tithi, Tithi is a particular day. First day, second day, like fourth day is Chauth, fifth day is Pancham, like that, on a lunar calendar of the death of that loved one. And we perform specific rituals for their eternal peace, joy, spiritual progress, wherever they are, and ultimately to get them liberation or moksha. So that is, moksha is the state when you may be living in a physical body form, but you are not in a karmic entanglement anymore. So you are supposed to receive the moksha or liberation while you are alive, not after that. Many people think that by doing all these rituals, I will be able to bring moksha or liberation or nirvana to my parents or ancestors. No, that is not true. It is a live process. It is something that you have to, like you borrowed $5 million as a loan for your business or your personal things. You will end up paying while you are alive. You cannot pay back after you are dead. So the same way, karmic debt that we have created by interacting with other human beings or living beings, that will be something that we have to pay back. So it is all because of the karmic cycle. Don't forget that. And now, most of the people, as Minaben has made the prayer that she wants happiness and love and health for everybody, most of people wants that. But at the same time, we have observed in our own life, our relatives, our family, our friends, people are not happy. Why they are not happy? Sometimes we are so unhappy that we start praying God and we start reminding God, Kanhaiya, 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 तुझे आना पड़ेगा वचन गीता वाला निभाना पड़ेगा वचन गीता वाला निभाना पड़ेगा. We go, we make prayers, we worship, we go to Krishna, and we believe that by praying he will bring me to heaven of Vaikuntha. We pray to Lord Shiva, and we believe that he will liberate me, give me moksha, and bring me to Kailasa. But all these are the world that we can enjoy right over here on the earth. That is my personal understanding by experience and belief. Through living the life, through making that spiritual progress while I am alive by the grace of my Gurudev, Sri Shiv Krupanand Swamiji, as you are saying. Sometimes it is so intolerable, the pain, the suffering, and the emotional setback, the guilt, the depression, anxiety, that people really lose control over their life. And there is a one beautiful song that Mukesh ji has sang. Have Prabhu અવતાર લ્યો તો પ્રભુ જાણું. હવે પ્રભુ અવતાર લ્યો તો પ્રભુ જાણું. કંસની સામે તમે કૃષ્ણ થયા ને, રાવણની સામે રામ. પણ આજે તો કંસનો પાર નથી જગમાં, ને રાવણ તો સોમાનવાણું. હવે પ્રભુ અવતાર લ્યો તો પ્રભુ જાણું. Our pain becomes so intolerable that we want God to come and rescue us, to liberate us, to bring us across this ocean of Bhava Sagar or the world. Okay. The wise saints and gurus have written such a beautiful bhajan that human life, as I was talking last time also, is the most precious form of life. Human body form is the most precious form of body form that we have received as a soul. And we have to go through 8,400,000 different life form, 84 lakh yoni, जिसे हम कहते हैं. So how can we realize who I am? So that is a beautiful bhajan. I am going to sing 2 lines. એવા આત્માને ઓળખ્યા વિના રે, એ જીભવના ફેરા નહીં તો મતે હોજી. એવા આત્માને ઓળખ્યા વિના રે, હે જીભવના ફેરા નહીં તો મટે હોજી. એવી ભ્રમણા ભાંગ્યા વિના રે, એવી ભ્રમણાને ભાંગ્યા વિના રે, હે જી લખ 84 નહીં તો મટે હોજી. What is Brahmana? Brahmana is delusion. What is world? World is illusion. It is said that in Vedantic wisdom, Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya, meaning this world is illusion. The only truth, only infinite and constant permanent thing that stays is Brahma or universal consciousness. We call Paramatma. Paramatma lives inside us as one little self-consciousness. We have to realize that through meditation, through any spiritual practice. I have realized it through meditation. So when we get this human body, what we can do to liberate ourselves? We have to first express our gratitude by thanking God that thank you for giving me this special human body where I have such an intelligent brain, mind, intellect that I can use to evolve consciously, that develop my consciousness from lower level to higher level as much as becoming Devta. So there are Danav, which is evil forces, evil mindset. There are Manav, which are 50-50 in the center. And there are Dev, who are godly and who are divine, and they have only positive things to share. So I want to sing one more bhajan, how I can show my gratitude to God. Ke mongo manushya de, મોંઘો મનુષ્ય દે ફરી ફરીને મળે નહીં વારંવાર ભાઈ તું ભજી લેને કીર્તાર ભાઈ તું ભજી લેને કીર્તાર લાખો ગયા ને તું પણ જવાનો મૂરખ મનમાં વિચાર લાખો ગયા ને તું પણ જવાનો મૂરખ મનમાં વિચાર સાચું કહું છું છતાં જૂઠું માને તો સાચું કહું છું છતાં જૂઠું માને તો મુઆ કુટુંબને સંભાળ ભાઈ તું ભજી લેને કીર્તાર ભાઈ તું ભજી લેને kirtan and always staying conscious, always staying alert. So I want to sing 2-3 lines from another bhajan. This is something that is going to make people get some rhythm here. કે તારે એક દિન જાવું પડશે એ તારે એક દિન જાવું પડશે કરમ તને તારા નડશે રે કરમ તને તારા નડશે રે જીવનમાં તું બાંધી મુઠ્ઠી આવ્યો કે નથી કાંઈ જગતમાં લાવ્યો માયાએ તને ભરમાવ્યો રે માયાએ તને ભરમાવ્યો રે જીવલડા કે તારે એક દિન જાવું પડશે કરમ તને તારા નડશે રે કરમ તને તારા નડશે રે જીવલડા. So this is the kind of things that we have to pay attention. We have to be alert and we have to allow ourselves to realize that I am a soul. I am here to learn lessons from the experiences of life, whoever I am. And I have to love and respect every life form. That is the reason why we have Narsimha Avtara, from the fish to the human form, in different animals, in different human form, as an evolved consciousness throughout the ages and time. What it is inspiring us, it is inspiring us to learn and believe that science was appreciated before the theory of evolution by Darwin from the Western world, by our ancient saints and our yogis, who were no less than any scientists. They did the experiments without any lab techniques or lab tools. This is such an evolved and such a highly scientific approach of human life that we learn, and at the same time spirituality, one that can make from animal form or living form to the godly form. That is the magic of our Vedantic wisdom. That is the magic of our Hinduism. And Hinduism is something that for entire humanity, I would say. I say being Hindu is granted to every human being, regardless of what people label them as religious people and belonging to this religion or that religion. Our Hinduism is the dharma, not the religion as the Western world or English word says. Legion is group of people who are going to the army for fighting. Religion is another word that they describe after they went to India and learned that these people believe in such a strong faith that can not be demoralized by our weapons. That's why Britishers has to leave India with non-violence. Okay, so our philosophy of Hindu, hinate evam dusyate iti uchyate Hindu. The consciousness that descended from the space on the earth that has possibility to hinate, meaning that stoop down, fall down, and dusyate, that means getting polluted. If We can prevent that by doing meditation, by staying consciousness. We can evolve, and we don't have to wait for our great grandchildren or children to offer us Shraddhanjali and liberate us through this process. So that is my message for the our soul family here. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Riddhiji and Nilbhai. I really appreciate this opportunity to share whatever little bit I understand and know, and sing these beautiful bhajans from our Gujarati traditional culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Hitendraji. That was absolutely beautiful to be able to look into Shraddhanjali in a little bit more detail, to see the magnificent way that we can actually start to make a difference today, making a difference from now, moving forwards. You touched on a couple of really important aspects of it, being that one of them is actually the karmas. So the karmas that we are creating as we are now in society. How, because there's three different types of karmas, isn't there? There's past karma, there's present karma, and there's future karma. So how can we start to change and play with those karmas in a way that actually leads us towards the right path, towards Shraddhanjali?
Absolutely. That's a very beautiful question. And in fact, this is something that we should be focused on while living our life. So you understand that if you have, I will give the example of education. Let's say I had my Bachelor of Science education degree, title, whatever. I have this position as a manager or as an employee somewhere. It is something that I earned. How I earned? By studying in the past. I'm trying to connect you with the karma, okay? So if I am suffering or I am enjoying the happiness today, is it something that I earned from the past karma or today's karma? Past karma. My emotional state of being happy or unhappy is the outcome or result of my past karma. So if I want to improve my future tomorrow, what is the past for tomorrow? Present, today. That means whatever karma I am doing today, I have to wake up and not keep repeating the same habitual manner, how I think, how I talk, how I behave, and how I act. These are the simple things that our parents have been trying to teach us. But the problem with the soul is, soul does not want to take other people's free experience. They want to experience on their own. So by going through the karma, we are learning lesson. And if we are not getting the success, because we take 2 steps and we fall down 1 step, we take 2 steps and we fall down 1 step. That is how we are becoming unsuccessful, or we are developing the guilt that this is not for me, I'm not sufficient. If you do meditation, if you have any spiritual practice, if you have bhakti, that is going to groove you, ground you, and strengthen you from within, that no problem. This situation is temporary. Ye din bhi bit jayega. I will be able to get through it, and I will be able to not just get through it, I will be able to bring other people with me through this difficult time, and I will bring them to the state of happiness. And my present state is the only state that can decide how my future is going to be. So my good karma today, my benevolence, my good wishes for others, that is going to make my future better. And less attachment we have. You see, anything that we do, हम निराश होते हैं क्योंकि हमें आशा है. We become unhappy because we want something. And if something does not go our way, we become unhappy. But that is the way our soul has been doing for several births, several lives in the past. When are you going to wake up? In order to wake up, we have to go inside, not staying outside and looking at the world. She did not do this, he did not do this, because of this person I am unhappy. No, I take responsibility of myself, my attitude, my behavior, my words, my actions, and then only I will be able to stand, walk, run, and fly one day.
Absolutely. So I think the question then is, when we're actually going through something, we can't see the wood from the trees because we're so engrossed in that picture as a
Absolutely.
whole that we can't separate the two. But how do you experience to somebody that, how do you explain to somebody that they are the experiencer and not the experience?
Okay, so basically there are three type of people as a soul in human body. Okay, I will say kacha, pakka, and sacha. So we are all born with 50-50 good and bad in ourselves with our past karma. Okay, so we came as kacha, raw, right? With our experiences, we learn something, and there are two type of people again evolved from that. Those who are walking on the spiritual or moral path for the divinity. As I was saying, you can go to good or you can go to evil forces. You can do right or you can do wrong. You can do good or bad. Those who are inclined towards the positive things, they will be going towards godly things and they will become sacha in their life. Of course, they will have more suffering to face in their life. Okay, be ready for that. But that is the price we are paying. Okay, don't connect here karma from the past life when you are looking at the example of a saint or of a guru or of a god. For example, some people say we did past life bad karma, that's why we are suffering in this life. So don't tell me that Ram kidnapped somebody's wife in the past life, that's why Ravan kidnapped his wife. No, that is not the way. They came in this life to illustrate for us that I am living as a human being like you. I am facing all the complaint, criticism, problems like you, but I still remain focused to godly forces. That's why I'm here. So I was talking about kacha and sacha. Now, who are pakka? Pakka are those who are mean people, those who are very stubborn inside, and they want to hurt others just for their personal benefit also, and they are ignorant also. You see, if they had the wisdom, they will not do something wrong. They are ignorant. They have this habit of doing the same mistake again and again from past life and even this life, and they are not being caught. You see, the biggest problem in a human life is you are not a thief until you are caught. You are not guilty until you are proven to be guilty in the terms of law. So that is what we learn as a child also. We started fooling our parents, our siblings, our friends, our teachers, whenever we got the opportunity. That's how we became pakka. That is how we became good in cheating others. We don't want to become pakka. We want to become human. Staying and being human as a consciousness, and we want to evolve spiritually to go on a godly state, divine state. That is what is going to help us, and we can keep open heart and open mind to learn from those who are around us. Not everybody is bad, not everybody is pakka. There are some sacha also. There are some good and truthful people also. We can learn from them.
Yeah, so you mentioned the price that we are paying. Can you elaborate on that?
As I said, that you borrowed something from the past, then you have to pay the debt. The same way, you may think those pakka people who are cheating and who are doing wrong things, they are getting away with all the happiness and wealth and the luxury of this life and the sexuality and drugs and everything. You think that how come that friend of mine or that person in my community is never getting into trouble and I am getting as a truthful person into trouble? It is because they have done some good karma also in their past life. That fruit they are reaping today. But as I told you, tomorrow is going to be based on today's work, today's karma. So don't think that they are going to be happy next life also. They will end up. But as a human being, in our case, we don't know as a soul. You said it very correctly. We don't know. So first and foremost thing to learn in our life is, who am I? What is my source? And where I am going? And nobody else know other than your own soul. हमारी अपनी आत्मा ही जानती है, दूसरे किसी, कोई गुरु, कोई भगवान, कोई संत आपका कर्म ले नहीं लेगा. No guru, no saint, no God is going to take away. My guru said very clearly to me, look, I am here to teach you to meditate and know your own soul. And understand the language of vibration, how you can recognize God is sitting in front of you or standing in front of you. Because I was a bhakta, I was a devotee and singing bhajan. So when he came in my life, first question he asked, okay, you believe in Ram? I say yes. You believe in Krishna? I say yes. You pray them? I say yes. So if they come and stand in front of you, do you think Krishna is going to play flute, bansuri? Do you think Ram is going to stand with air and bow, bow and fight with somebody? No, he will come as an ordinary person like you and me. How would I realize, how would I find out that this is the divine soul, this is somebody with whom I can grow? So he said, I'm not going to tell you who I am or who you are. I know who you are. That's why I came to your home. He said, practice this meditation for 45 days and see what you get the message from inside. Listen to inner voice, not my voice, not your mother, no father, no your wife. Listen to your inner voice. In fact, I listened to his existence vibration. Vibration is the energy that he's carrying as a soul before he came in my life. And I sponsored him without any support from my family or my community. And I realized that because of that, I was able to not just change my life, but the changed life of my family, my community, and today all over America and the world, we are making changes. So that is how it is. It is a step-by-step process. I was very ambitious person that I can change the world. But I realized today, after knowing myself, nobody can change no world. The only thing that we can change is ourselves. Okay, we cannot change the direction of the wind when we are in the big boat and there is a storm in the ocean, but we can change the direction of our sail, and then we can survive. If you are alive, then only you will be able to progress spiritually. Then only you will be able to perform the karma. That is my understanding by the grace of my Gurudev Shri Shiv Kripanand Swamiji.
Yes. And I think that is so beautifully explained, because when we're going through something, the question always becomes, why me? Why am I going through this? Why am I suffering, struggling the way that I am? Until they actually see something a lot grander in front of them, until they can actually start to direct their life.
I want to answer that with little different thing. This question reached to me in the early morning, and I was given the answer from the divine that I want to pass. The answer that was given to me, that this question will be asked. Human being is a conscious being, as I said last time. We are spiritual being, hum atma hai. And we are living in the human form. We are a soul or spiritual being living in the human form. And through our sensory perception, we are trying to learn, and we are trying to enjoy, and we are trying to get trapped into the karmic entanglement also, or we can evolve on a spiritual level. But languages develop with time. There were no words in the beginning. So what was the language we were talking when we did not know how to speak?
The language of love.
Language of love. That is the only language of humanity. मानवता की एक ही भाषा है प्रेम. Okay, and even that language of love, when you were an infant playing in the lap of your mother, you were smiling, you were giggling, and still your mom did not realize my baby is hungry. What you used to do? Next thing?
Nag, cry, get her attention.
We were crying. That got into the habit. That became our language. We love sympathy. We love somebody taking care of us. And from that day onwards, it became our habit as a human being that when somebody doesn't pay attention, we seek sympathy.
Right.
We become victim of somebody's abusing power, mean power. And we did not realize that this person is not just helping me, this person is using me. We have to learn to be alert, consciousness. Osho has done such a good job in trying to awaken the humanity. Stay awake, stay aware, because unless and until we are not jagrut, we are not awake as a consciousness, anybody can cheat us, anybody can fool us. And I have learned from the living guru like Shri Shiv Kripanand Swamiji, whom we call Baba Swami. He lives in Gujarat near Ahmedabad at Mahuri Ashram. And he said, if you know yourself, your soul will guide you, nothing to worry. But never criticize somebody, never try to put somebody lower than you, regardless of how people try to treat you and try to hurt you, try to show you smaller than you, they try to belittle you. Don't worry about it. तुम बड़ी रेखा खींच दो. You make a bigger line of your soul. Make your love greater and bigger and see what happens. I started saying everybody, may Gurudev bless you, may God bless you, and I love you. And that is the way I end my program always. May God bless you, may Gurudev bless you, and I love you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much, Jitendraji. That was absolutely amazing to have that satsang with you today, to start to look at life from a slightly different angle and to start to feel that love and feel that compassion and feel that empathy. And that just creates a bigger connection, bigger relationships with those around us as well, to be able to make the world a better Jagran. So thank you so much for sharing
Once
your
again,
with us today.
Once again, global namaste from my soul to everyone's soul.
Namaste.
Namaste.
And so today we've actually just been able to reflect. We've seen quite a few different perspectives on what Shradh is, on what the human journey is, and how we can basically evolve ourselves, how we can change the direction of our life to look at our purpose and to look at the direction in which we're going, and then to be able to head over there. We've got to Ishwar Bhai from Canada as well. That's going to be joining us shortly. He's from Toronto, Canada. So global namaste. We've also had Meenaji that's been able to share a few kirtans with us as well. And we've also been able to reflect on the Queen and her legacy that she has left, how she has impacted so many of our lives in such a beautiful way, to be able to enable us to think, and to be able to enable us to reflect, to be able to enabling us to just see the success that's come as a result of her being, as Hitendraji has correctly said, just being present, just being in the present moment and not wandering, not going into the past or not going into the future.
And Riddhi, I think it's the right time to read Reena Pabari's poem, because it's a correct, apt moment. I love this picture of the Queen, you know, walking away. Maybe you can recite the poem that Reena has done for us, over. If you could unmute yourself, thank you. Riddhi, you can unmute yourself, thank you.
Thank you, Neelbhai. Yes, absolutely. And Reenaji has actually written a very nice poem. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today, but I shall read it out. So as it says, as you lay down to rest, my final thanks to you, man. Your ability to make things polar stand side by side is your legacy that lives on by my side. A pride in all things British and national, along with an appreciation of all things international and worldly, a mother to your family, while making time to be a matriarch for the whole nation, your connectedness with the young, the old, the famous and the unspoken for, your strong faith and belief in traditional values while taking on times of change and a remarkable alternative range. Your connectedness with the young, the old, the famous, and the unspoken for, your strong faith and belief in traditional values while taking on the times of change and a remarkable alternative range, your audience with every MBE at your home, alongside a simple, meaningful sandwich with Paddington Bear you took in your stride. I am grateful to have been a part of Britain during your reign. I celebrate you today as you sleep well, as we lay you to rest. Man, you will never be forgotten. Thank you. And isn't that just a wonderful poem that Reena Paparaji has been able to share with us? It's so deep, it's so impactful. It brings out the polar stands in her legacy, as well as all things British and national. Her roles, we've spoken today about the roles that we play in society and how there's no role that is bigger or better than anyone else, but roles that are all equal, roles that enable us to perform our swadharma in society, to be together as one, to be connected together, to have that strong faith and traditional values, the values that make you who you are, by having that strong faith and belief in yourself. And also then to be able to connect deeper with the audience and to be grateful, just to be able to take that moment to be grateful to be present here. And Meena Trivedi ji is a wonderful singer. And I was wondering if I could actually invite her on to share another song with us.
Global Namaste again. I'm going to sing a few more songs for you all on this day of Shradh and Queen's tribute. Another beautiful, beautiful songs with wonderful words is Chitti na koi sandesh, jaane wo kaun se desh, kahan tum chale gaye. Such beautifully sung by Lata ji and Jagjit Singh ji. चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने कौन सा देश जहाँ तुम चले गए. चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश जहाँ तुम चले गए, जहाँ तुम चले गए. इस दिल को लगा के ठेस, जाने वो कौन सा देश कहाँ तुम चले गए, हो कहाँ तुम चले गए. एक आह भरी होगी, हमने न सुनी होगी, जाते जाते तुमने आवाज तो दी होगी. हर वक्त यही है हम, उस वक्त कहाँ थे तुम, कहाँ तुम चले गए. चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश जहाँ तुम चले गए, जहाँ तुम चले गए. इस दिल पे लगा के ठेस, जाने वो कौन सा देश कहाँ तुम चले गए. हर चीज पे अश्कों से लिखा है तुम्हारा नाम. ये रस्ते घर गलियां तुम्हें कर ना सके सलाम. हाय दिल में रह गई बात, जल्दी से छुड़ा कर हाथ, कहाँ तुम चले गए. चिट्ठी न कोई संदेश, जाने वो कौन सा देश कहाँ तुम चले गए, जहाँ तुम चले गए. इस दिल पे लगा के ठेस, जाने वो कौन सा देश कहाँ तुम चले गए, हो कहाँ तुम चले गए हो, कहाँ तुम चले गए. This was beautiful song with beautiful wordings, beautiful meaning, and beautifully sung by Lata ji and Jagjit Singh ji. The other one is again a Jagjit Singh bhajan. He was mainly a ghazal singer, but he has sung some beautiful bhajans as well. So I picked one for you all today. बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे, आस करे दिन रैन नैना नीर भरे, बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे, आस करे दिन रैन नैना नीर भरे. हो बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. जोग ध्यान में चित नहीं लागे, मन की पिरही पल पल जागे, रैन जगे अविराम नैना नीर भरे. हो बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. बांके बिहारी कृष्ण कान्हाई, काहे सखे सुध बुध बेसराई, कब आओगे मेरे धाम नैना नीर भरे. हो बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. पतित पावन मोहे शरण में लीजो, नाथ सखा हरि दर्शन दीजो. पतित पावन मोहे शरण में लीजो, नाथ सखा हरि दर्शन दीजो. लगन लगी तेरे नाम नैना नीर भरे. हो बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. आस करे दिन रैन नैना नीर भरे. बाट निहारे घनश्याम नैना नीर भरे. This was Jagjit Singh Ji's bhajan. Another very meaningful song. I think it's sung by Hariom Sharan ji. मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, हे पावन परमेश्वर मेरे मन ही मन शर्माऊं. मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, हे पावन परमेश्वर मेरे मन ही मन शर्माऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे. तूने मुझको जग में भेजा निर्मल देकर काया, इस संसार में आकर मैंने इसमें दाग लगाया. जन्म जन्म की मैली चादर कैसे दाग छुड़ाऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे. निर्मल वाणी पाकर तुझसे नाम न तेरा गाया, नैन मूंद करे हे परमेश्वर तुझको ना कभी ध्याया. मन वीणा की चादर ओढ़े कैसे द्वारे आऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे. इन पैरों से चल कर तेरे मंदिर कभी न आया, जहाँ जहाँ हो पूजा तेरी कभी न शीस झुकाया. हे हरि हर मैं हार के आया, अब क्या हार चढ़ाऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे द्वार तिहारी आऊं, हे पावन परमेश्वर मेरे मन ही मन शर्माऊं, मैली चादर ओढ़ के कैसे. And the next beautiful bhajan is very beautiful Gujarati bhajan. एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम मां, चेती ने चालो संसार मां. एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम मां. एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। हो जरा चेतीन चालो संसार माँ, हाँ चेतीन चालो संसार माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। जो जो ए दिवस ओचिंतो आवशे, जो जो ए दिवस ओचिंतो आवशे, रे जो गोविंद जी ना गान माँ, हाँ रे जो है गोविंद जी ना गान माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। तेनी खबर संदेशो नहीं आवे, तेनी खबर संदेशो नहीं आवे, नहीं तार के टपाल रे, हो नहीं तार के टपाल रे, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। लेशे जवाब त्या पुण्य ने पापनो, लेशे जवाब त्या पुण्य ने पापनो, समझीने ले जो ध्यान माँ, हाँ समझीने ले जो ध्यान माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। मारा मारा जेने मानी रया छो, मारा मारा जेने मानी रया छो, कोई नहीं आवे कान माँ, हाँ कोई नहीं आवे काम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। भातु भक्ति नो साथे लैले जो, भातु भक्ति नो साथे लैले जो, जो जो न भूलता बेभान माँ, हो जो जो न भूलता बेभान माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। दास ना दासनी कज विनती, दास ना दासनी एक विनती, राखो ने चित्त राधे श्याम माँ, हाँ राखो ने चित्त राधे श्याम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ। हो जरा चेती ने चालो संसार माँ, हाँ चेती ने चालो संसार माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, एक दिन जाऊं हरि ना धाम माँ, हरि ना धाम माँ, हरि ना धाम such beautiful wordings and very true as well. Another wonderful.
Maggie, this is absolutely incredible. And just before you continue, I'd like to bring on our co-host as well, which is going to be the lovely Honey Kalaria. I'm just about to pass on to Honey Kalaria. Welcome, big global namaste.
And global namaste to you as well, my dear Riddhi. And of course, the gorgeous Meena. So wonderful to be here to celebrate this actually a very important occasion, where we are going to be paying tribute, and of course each and every single one of us paying tribute to wonderful souls who have departed, and of course one of them being Her Majesty the Queen as well, who's given such tremendous service to the nation. So I'm really, really pleased and very proud to be part of this event today, because I think it's lovely to remember, you know, people's wonderful achievements, their contribution, and the wonderful souls that they were. And they've created history, actually, and they are going to be there in history for many, many years to come, I would say. So I just want to say, Riddhi, thank you so much for that. You're hosting really well. I'm very proud of you as being part of our family just now. And Meenaji, what lovely songs, you know, it's such a lovely, very, very beautiful words.
Yes.
The lyrics are so meaningful when you're talking about remembering our loved ones. Such lovely, you know, you always have this knack of choosing the right songs. I don't know how you do it, but you do it really well.
Tell you one thing, it's my job.
Absolutely, but you're good at your job. That's a different
melodic voice. I could feel myself dancing along to those songs. So it's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yes, absolutely. No, really nice, Meenaji, very nice. So, but I'm very, very pleased to be here today. And of course, I'm going to be taking over, and I'll be co-hosting with Riddhi as well, because I'm sure Riddhi is going to be around. Meenaji, we do want you again, because we'd love to hear some more wonderful songs of yours. I'm not going to leave today without hearing more of those beautiful songs of yours. And I know we have some lovely guests who are joining us as well, some really amazing guests who are going to be sharing really important messages, which I think are really, I think we should all hear, because I think that these are people who have worked very closely with Her Majesty the Queen, or the teams, and all Buckingham Palace, or, you know, the Commonwealth, the places, people who have these memorable experiences that they could share with us. And what a wonderful way. And I believe one of my guests is already there, and he's there all the way from the Rotarian, my fellow Rotarian. A global namaste to you, Shri.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Honey.
Good evening, I should say. Well, it's good morning in some places, good afternoon, good evening, and it's even good night. Some people are tuning in right now from any part of the world. So I would say hello and a global namaste wherever you are at whatever time period, right?
Yes.
And it is Mr. Srinathan, right? Is that right?
Actually, the full name is Sridharan, but I shortened it to Sri. My surname is Valipuram, so I'm known as Sri Valipuram.
Sri Valipuram. Oh, that's really lovely. And you're doing such great work. I'm so you know, honored and really privileged to meet a very interesting character like you, who's been really, I would say, working with the Rotary Club for over 30 years or so, serving the communities in so many different ways. But not just that, you even go a step further, and you've been working to promote peace and friendship around the world through the Commonwealth. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, Sri, before we share a few messages about the Queen?
Okay, thank you. I used to work at the Commonwealth Secretariat. I was a deputy director when I left, and I was a diplomat there. And I joined Rotary in 1995 at the Rotary Club of Westminster West. And even though I've retired now, I still keep my membership at that club and attend. The club meets in Victoria. I get involved with Rotary and Commonwealth matters. So, for example, in 2018, when Commonwealth heads of government came to meet in London for the very first time, Rotary and the Commonwealth got together to drum for peace at the opening ceremony of that meeting.
Wow, drum for peace.
That's right.
Wow.
So there were 54 drummers, each representing the Commonwealth country. At that time, there were 54 countries. Today, there are 56 countries. So 54 drummers drumming, wearing the colors of the different Commonwealth countries and drumming for peace. We were trained by the Purcell School of Music and the drummer from the London Symphonic Orchestra. So
that's amazing, really. And then, of course, you talk about the Commonwealth, and of course, Her Majesty the Queen was the head of the Commonwealth, and now, of course, His Majesty King Charles III as well. You know, can you tell us a little bit about what has it been like for your journey first on contributing to the work that the Commonwealth does? What does it entail, and you know, how do you bring these diverse communities together, you know, with all different faiths and different customs and traditions, etc.?
Well, the Commonwealth is similar to the UN in many ways. It has 54 members, and it is funded by the contributions for the members based on their GDP. So the richer countries contribute more, the poorer countries contribute less. But I'm very often asked, what do certain countries get in return? Now, the richer countries are the ABC countries, Australia, Britain, Canada. They contribute more. Singapore, perhaps even India. You may think India is poor, but in GDP terms, it's not too bad compared to others. So they all contribute based on their GDP. Even the poorest countries contribute. And from that contribution, the countries which are helped, very often Canadians ask me, what does Canada get in return? Well, actually, the help is for the least developed countries in the Commonwealth. So that is the first target. But then what many countries in the developed world forget is when the educated from the least developed countries migrate and work in their countries, they create a brain drain. And that is the benefit they are getting. They're getting the skills, they're getting the human capital, as we term them. And so,
sorry, what capital is that? Sorry, what capital?
Human capital.
Okay, the human capital. Right, great.
Yes. So, and that creates a problem for the least developed countries, because where they need to retain, they can't. So when somebody says, what do we gain? Please point out that this is what they gain. But unfortunately, what happened in the recent past, or maybe the not too recent past, Britain joined the EU and forgot about the Commonwealth. And you know, there was a time where even the Caribbeans couldn't export their bananas to the United Kingdom because the EU rules prevented that. They needed the trade to be open, and the US was undercutting the Caribbean countries, and those countries, they lost their subsistence farming business. And as a result, they went into other things like drugs and, you know, growing cannabis and so on. But the point is, and that's the point.
Eating a nutritious food, right?
Well, but I shouldn't paint all the countries in that brush, but I'm just saying, look, these are the consequences. But now that Britain is out of the EU and he needs trade partners, it's building up those relationships again. So I would say the Commonwealth is strengthening again, and it's a good thing to happen.
Oh, that's great.
Many people forget that the Queen, you see, the Commonwealth consists of the realms. The realms where the Queen is the queen of those countries. Like, for example, the United Kingdom, of course, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. She's still queen of those countries, and many Caribbean countries. Then we have the democracies where they are republics, right? They become republics and they've given up the Queen as head of as their queen. So these are independent, but they still have the Queen as head of the Commonwealth. So in the recent past, when Barbados became independent and a republic, it gave up the Queen as head. But then the Barbadians forgot that the Queen is still in the Commonwealth. She's still head of the Commonwealth. And they had to be reminded. It's the younger generation that needs to be reminded, because our generation in our 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, we grew up with the Queen. Right. She was a lot younger. She went around on visits. And in the Commonwealth, they all got to see her. And when you see, you believe and you accept. Right. And in the later stages with the younger generation, they have not seen her. She has not traveled as much. She's become elderly. So their attachment is not that great.
Right. But I mean, this is really amazing because from what I have seen from the time that I've been growing up and I've been in this country, I have seen, the Queen continuously, serving the communities, attending events, supporting various charities, going to different countries, even, working with all the politicians, when it comes to policies, whatever the case is, there are so many areas that she has to deal with, to run the nation, etc., and to be ahead of that, the responsibility that comes with that as well. How do other countries see that? I mean, because with our nation, we're always very proud that she's our queen here. But
I think they all feel it because they're all part of the Commonwealth, and also beyond the Commonwealth. Don't just take the Commonwealth. The US respects the Queen a lot. The point here is they see her as a monarch who has been quite steady in many ways, regardless of what the children are up to. She's seen as a steady ship. But having said that, her loss is now beginning to feel, often the good things you do in real life, people don't realize. It's only when they're dead and gone and then they realize, oh my goodness.
Such a shame, isn't it? When they hear, you never appreciate the beautiful work people do. It happens with everyone actually. when they go, you start hearing about all the wonderful stories, and everybody starts pouring their lovely experiences, onto the table, saying this happened and this happened. Even I remember myself, like lovely experiences, but you wouldn't really think about it. But when she's gone, you start remembering these beautiful memories.
That's right.
But please, yes, carry on.
Whilst at the Commonwealth, she is, as head of Commonwealth, visited the organization 2 or 3 times a year. So we meet her. And in the year 2000, in the procession at Westminster Abbey, I was her mace bearer. So that is my main memory today.
So what were you doing? What was your role there?
Well, the mace bearer leads the Queen in the procession. So I was the Commonwealth mace bearer, yes. And
that's brilliant, amazing. And you also got involved in the beacon lighting ceremony, because that was amazing. When we celebrated 70 years just a few months ago. What a wonderful, time to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee. And it was the longest reigning monarch, isn't it, Queen Elizabeth II? So at that time you were involved as well, getting
what
involved.
Happened there is, because we played in the opening ceremony, the drumming program, they approached Rotary, the palace approached Rotary through the pageant master to lead the lighting of beacons in all the Commonwealth countries. And this is for the very first time, Commonwealth cities were going to light beacons. Now, let me be careful there. Some countries were already lighting beacons, like Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. They had the tradition of lighting beacons for every Jubilee. But many countries in the Commonwealth, they never lit beacons, and they didn't even know what a beacon was. We had to start from scratch. And that's what we were told to do. And why did they ask us in Rotary? Why did they not? They have British High Commissions everywhere, and they could have done it. Well, they wanted it to be a bottom-up, community-led event. They didn't need it to be top-down. So when they approached us, they came to us, Rotary in London, because firstly, we have the Commonwealth experience, and we have the palace experience because they are next door, so we could meet easily and deal with it. But there were a lot of traditions that had to change. For example, many countries don't have a town crier, they don't have a bugler, they don't have a bagpiper, and so on. So we had to negotiate those aspects because those couldn't be done. And then when it came to beacons also, we then brought in the theme of follow your own culture, heritage, and tradition. By that I mean, here beacon lighting is you have a gas lit or a bonfire. Now in some countries, what they did was they hollowed out a little boat, filled it with combustible material, lit it, and floated it out to the sea. So, a lot of the islands did that. Some did it in a bigger barge, and many of them followed a certain tradition in doing that. And if they didn't have a town crier, they used a native crier. If they didn't have a bagpiper, they used a native instrument, and so on and so forth. So they were all following their culture, heritage, and tradition. And more importantly, that beacon lighting, the Queen's Platinum Jubilee beacons, became the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Rotary Positive Peace Wave. Now, how did it become? First of all, let me just explain the peace wave.
Yeah, because first of all, there is also, you last time shared with us the fact that there's positive peace and there's negative peace as well. So you
Yes.
call this a positive peace wave.
Positive peace wave. I will explain
That's really
positive peace.
interesting. Yes.
I will explain positive peace in a bit, but let me just explain the peace wave first. So now the beacons, just like the New Year fireworks, were going to be lit at 9:15 p.m. in each country's local time zones. So starting with Tonga and Samoa in the east, the beacons are lit, and as the time zones come into play, the beacons are lit all around the world, and ended up in Hawaii. Hawaii is not in the Commonwealth. So that's why we were saying lighting the beacons in the Commonwealth and beyond. Hawaii has very strong ties with the United Kingdom. If you look at the Hawaiian flag, the top left-hand corner, it has the Union Jack, and it has very strong ties with Great Britain. So Honolulu as a city lit a beacon. And they also have a royal family, so they also lit a beacon to celebrate it, but Rotary also lit a beacon. So as the beacons are lit, it became a peace wave from the east all the way to the west. So that is the peace wave. But we made it a positive peace wave. Now, many Rotarians ask, how does just lighting a beacon promote peace, and how is it positive peace? Well, positive peace is underpinned by a number of principles. One of them is bringing communities together, working well with organizations and governments. Now, for example, we had to work with the mayor's offices in the republics. We had to work with the governor general's offices in those realms, because we had to get health and safety planning permission. A lot of countries were coming out of the pandemic as well. So we needed clearances in terms of social distancing and so on and so forth. So there was a lot of work in the background that Rotarians were doing. And by building these relationships, they were creating what we term in Rotary positive peace. Now, what is positive peace? What is negative peace? You see, peace that is underpinned by the structures, institutions, and attitudes. Structures, institutions, and attitudes. You have the attitude to want to resolve things peaceably. Many countries, they may have attitudes where they resolve things by war, by fighting. But here, the attitude, you need it. You need the structures and you need the institutions to make sure that law and order persists.
So how would you explain that, so that if somebody didn't understand, so, you know, because peace is a really important subject, even in this day and age, especially with Ukraine and Russia and all these things that are happening at this moment in time. And these have been continuously happening in our history as well. There's always this conflicts going on around the world as well. And there could be many more in the future. But why is this peace, what can you explain this, the structure, the three different areas of the peace process, the positive peace process?
Okay. Positive peace has 8 pillars. The pillars are well-functioning governments. I'm just reading, actually.
Yes, sure.
My particular age, I don't retain much. Sound business.
Have to eat almonds. Sorry, the first pillar is.
Yeah, there are 8 pillars: well-functioning government, sound business environment, low levels of corruption. We tend to say no room for corruption. In many places, they say, oh, without corruption, nothing works. So we don't leave room for corruption. So basically, that's what it is. Acceptance of the rights of others, very important. High levels of human capital. In other words, people are trained and educated. They have the skills to work, increase productivity. Good relations with neighbors. Free flow of information. Equitable distribution of resources. So these are the 8 pillars that positive peace has. And the theory behind that is, you just need to strengthen some of the pillars. They are all interconnected. And when you strengthen some of the pillars, they will in turn strengthen the other pillars, though of course in varying degrees, and some will be quicker, some will be slower. So for an example, free flow of information. If we put out information about what the budget is, what the cost of items are, what was paid, who has benefited. Now that pillar is strengthened because the information is available on the web. And it will impact on low levels of corruption, because now people will know, look, this is what it cost, this is what the budget was, this is what they paid, because that information is available. So it tends to strengthen the corruption, low levels of corruption pillar as well. And then it also creates equitable access, because now the equitable distribution, in that people will know this is what has been paid and this is what our share is and this is what we should get. So we do not have to go after all the pillars. If we can get all 8 pillars and resolve our projects within that, that's great. But the theory behind positive peace is just aim for those. Now, you don't have the structures, attitudes, and institutions to support peace. That peace is very fragile. And when war breaks out or trouble breaks out, you can't contain it. It just devastates. But if you have the structure, because here also we have protests, violent protests, and protest is necessary. And in Rotary, and I was district peace chair for many years. And what I would say is, I've always said, peace is not about the absence of conflict. It is the management of conflict by peaceful means.
Well, that's a really nice one. So it's not about absence of all these conflicts, but it's about how to manage the peace process and how to manage the conflict.
Peacefully. Because you need conflict. Without conflict, you wouldn't have progress. If there was no conflict, the civil rights movement in the US would be dead and gone, and there would still be slaves there. If there was no conflict, women wouldn't have vote in the UK. So we always need to protest, and but we need to do it peaceably and contain it within a positive peace environment. And
that's actually Gandhiji's, from Mahatma Gandhi's principles as well, do things through peaceful means. Is that right?
Actually, all this was taken from the past. It is not, some of it is reinventing the wheel, but it's putting it in a more meaningful way where people can understand it. But nothing has been invented anew. It is all there, just put together in a way that can be managed carefully.
That's amazing. And so we're coming back to the Queen as well, but paying a tribute to the Queen's service to the nation, to the Commonwealth, to all the various countries. Are there maybe 2 or 3 things that you think which strikes you the most, the kind of impact? I know there's been lots of impact that she has created, but 2 or 3 things that you feel has been the highest impact for you from your side of what the Queen has been able to contribute to the world and to our nation?
Okay, I mean, the biggest thing that I knew during my working years was apartheid. So South Africa was under apartheid, and with the help of the Commonwealth, apartheid fell apart.
Wow, that is amazing. So Commonwealth actually gets involved in these kinds of things.
Yes, because South Africa was in the Commonwealth. And at that time, Mrs. Thatcher, who was Prime Minister, she didn't want to impose sanctions on South Africa. Now, her view was, and it's also a correct view, her view was, if you impose sanctions and close the door on South Africa, who are we going to negotiate with? Because they are not talking to us, we are not talking to them. So her view was that. Of course, then the skeptics are saying, no, you're more money-minded and you want to do business with them. Well, the other point is, if we didn't do business with them, South Africa would have done business with somebody else. So
absolutely,
there are all these things. And when in doing the business, we are also making sure as a Commonwealth that there was education, there was knowledge transfer, there were all these things of benefit. Because now if you look at many countries in that region, their mines are being exploited. But there is nothing in return.
So what do you mean by that? How would the mines be exploited?
It is getting too political there. Because
but meaning, so like, how would you be able to, because of course, I know just an interest there, but it's a lot of,
let me just say,
I can see there are so many areas to peace. It's not just, okay, let's go out there and try to get people to be friends.
When people talk about British rule, they talk about it in a negative way, but there are a lot of positives, because you see, when the British ruled, they left behind an infrastructure in terms of civil service, in terms of legislature, in terms of railways, in terms of buildings. You go to many countries, you'll see all this. Of course, there will be those who say they've taken out more, fair enough, but they have also given back something, even little. But there are countries now there going after the mines and raw materials, just taking out and taking out. And if they are giving something, it is under debt terms. That means they are indebted to them, and you are paying high interest and you're struggling. So I don't need to mention which countries, which they are. So there's a different kind of
it's like those Bollywood movies that you would watch sometimes, and you think, okay, you see all these people, and then you sign this with your thumb, and here you go, now you have to pay interest, and now your son has to pay interest, and their son has to pay interest to make sure that debt is paid. I understand, yes.
And this is happening at the
bringing a light-hearted side to it, yes.
It's happening at government level, international level. Countries are going into so much debt that they may never even be able to pay. A good example recently was Sri Lanka. Look at Sri Lanka. they just can't afford to run the economy, and they had huge riots and things like that. So they have very good infrastructure, very good roads, but no, not much cars running on it, no petrol to use them. They have great harbors, but no ships coming. So all this was built with enormous amount of debt. But
so from your side, of course, the Queen helped to remove apartheid, which I think is amazing. I mean, I'm talking about as a Commonwealth, as a head of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that she removed it herself, but yes, with the help of the Commonwealth, she was a steadying factor. She was a steadying influence. And basically, when Mr. Mandela was released, one of the first people he came to meet was the Queen, because he recognized from wherever he was that she was a steadying influence. So she could have turned around and followed what the politicians were saying, oh, let apartheid continue and so on and so forth. But no, she was always at Commonwealth heads of government meetings, giving speeches and talking about the need for democratic rights of every citizen.
And then going from the politics side, and of course the personal, the business side, and all these other areas which are quite deep, world global issues. But coming onto more personal side of the Queen, what did you find? What did you find her to be like? Because from what we see is that she's like a lovely grandmother, a great grandmother. She's got the kids, she's got children. Look, loving memory of Queen Elizabeth. Everybody has felt the loss, and the family seems quite close. So what do you feel in terms of her personality? What was she like as a person from your point of view?
Well, I would like to keep some things personal, but more importantly, what I would say is this. Firstly, it shows that we are all fallible. At some point, the cycle of life will catch up with all of us, number one. Number two, the family is grieving. They have lost a mother, a granny, and so on and so forth. So I think we should leave them to continue with that, because what's the point of adding any more comments? You see, the good is often interred in their bones. The bad is always spoken about after. So to me, I would like to talk about the good things, but then it'll create an imbalance by saying, oh, everything was roses and honey, but it wasn't. And I wasn't meaning Kalaria in honey, but
Yes, of course. So from coming to maybe the final part of our discussion, perhaps, what did you feel about the funeral? Because it was done in such a beautiful, it was quite majestic and very magnificent way. There's a lot of pomp and lots of things happening on that day of the funeral day. What did you think about that? And the whole world was watching.
Yes, in fact, it shows that Britain can put on a show. It put on the Olympics. It put on this funeral. Yes, it can put on a good wedding. It has the soldiers and the armor to do that. But it was a national pouring of grief. Of course, the TV channels also there, and we had people queuing for so many hours to have a look at the coffin. I'm given the number of 250,000, which also included international visitors. A country has a population of 70 million. So let's put it in proportion. But you know what? Not everybody could come. And I'm sure everybody wanted to come. But large portions watch it on telly. And I think television is the best place to watch, because you see everything from a single viewpoint. And if you turn up there, you only see that. And of course, you build relationships with the people around you as you walk down the queues. That's what I was told. But nevertheless, for me, TV is the best vantage point.
You're a proper diplomat, I can see. You're making sure both sides is covered. And of course, you're absolutely right, because some people enjoy the community spirits and the connections and things like that, whereas some people want to see everything, like what is going on. Let me hear what people have to say. And they want to concentrate and watch it without any disturbances. So you've got both sides to it, which is absolutely right. And were there any final messages that you may wish to share regarding Rotary, your work that you're doing with Rotary, or any final messages for Her Majesty the Queen?
Oh, I would say may her soul rest in eternal peace, and leave it at that. And in terms of Rotary, I would say whoever here who is not a Rotarian, please consider joining Rotary or attending Rotary meetings to understand what it does. It gives you an opportunity to serve without much effort, because it's a collective effort. We always say when Rotarians come together, they become a force for good. So if you want to be a Rotarian, contact Miss Kalaria.
Absolutely, because I'm a chair of the new members committee too in London, at the Rotary Club of London. And, there is lots of wonderful work that's being done, of course, in the Commonwealth, including, of course, planting trees. There's one thing that, of course, I'm very passionate about, which is the environment area. And I believe the Queen had some a special I don't know which one it is, but it's called the Green Canopy planting scheme. Is that right?
Well, she had the Commonwealth Canopy, which is all the forests around Commonwealth countries which are linked together. And that was called the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy. And every year tree planting takes place to replenish, to extend, and to build on it. And I know in some parts of London now, they're getting together to plant trees for remembrance. But I think you don't need an excuse to plant trees, because trees actually are the life support of the earth. So any opportunity, please plant a tree.
That's a really good point. Yes, absolutely. And I believe that, of course, King Charles III now, who's now has become our monarch, he's a very keen lover of the environment and nature as well. So perhaps there could be many more environment-related projects, hopefully, coming on board in the country and in the Commonwealth as well, because I think we need more and more of this to help to protect our planet. So, which is great. Yes. Well, dear Shri, I think that you are absolutely wonderful. I just wanted to say, I know you have another meeting, so I was very, very closely looking at the timing, but I just want to say thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here on Healing Our Earth. From all of us here, of course, our team members, technical team, Mr. Neil Kumar, our director, the founder of Healing Our Earth, all of us would like to say a very big special thank you to you and congratulate you for the wonderful work that you're also doing within the Commonwealth. And of course, spreading peace and harmony around the world and promoting friendship. So you're doing amazing work. So keep up the great work, and our best wishes to you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Rotarian Honey. Thank you.
I love that. I love that. Every time we speak, it's hello, Rotarian Honey, and I love that. And I say thank you, Rotarian Shri. Global namaste to you, dear Shri. So enjoy your day and have a fun meeting. So we have been discussing lots and lots of wonderful, interesting things about Her Majesty the Queen. We're now moving on to, of course, Sarla Thakur, who's also joined us, and she has a particular message to share with us. Hello, dear Sarla. Global namaste to you, Sarla ji.
Global namaste. How are you, Honey ji?
Yes, what a lovely smile you have. And what are you doing today? Are you going to be sharing a poem, a song, or a message about the Queen or Shradh?
Yeah, I'm going to chanting Adhyay 12, Bhagavad Gita, Adhyay 12.
Oh, and what is the meaning for that? What does it mean? And why would we say that particular chant?
It's Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti means Samarpan. So I would like to chanting this Adhyay.
Yes, of course. So you think Samarpan means because we have many people who do not speak the Indian language. What would that mean for them? Do you mean Samarpan like surrendering to the higher energies? What do you mean?
Yes. Higher energy.
Yes, surrendering to the So you and this is for peace, is it? For those who have departed.
Yeah.
So all the departed souls. Great, please go ahead. We'd love to hear this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Vasudevasutam devam Kaunsa Charunamardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru Krishnam Vande Jagadguru Om Sri Paramatmane Namaha. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Atha Dvadasodhyaya Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satat Yuktaye Pakta Swam Paryupasate Ye Chapyaksharma Vyaktan Tesam Ke Yoga Vittama Sri Bhagavanu Vacha Maya Vishya Manoyema Nitya भक्ता उपासते श्रद्धया परियोपिता ते युक्ता मताः ये त्वक्षरमनिर्देश्यम् अव्यक्तम् पर्युपासते सर्वत्र गमं चिन्तयन् च कूटस्थमचलं ध्रुवम् सन्नियमिन्द्रियं ग्रामं सर्वत्र सबुद्धयः ते प्राप्नुवन्ति मामेव सर्वभूतहिते रताः क्लेशोऽधिकतरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुर्घन् देवदेवव्याप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परा अन्यनेव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपास्यते तेषामहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्यु संसार सागरात् भवामि न चिरापार्थ मय्यावेशित चेतसाम् मय्ये मन आदस्तौ मयि बुद्धि न निविश्यति मयि ऊर्ध्वन् संशयः अत चिन्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थितम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो मामिच्छान्तु धनञ्जय अभ्यासे समर्थोऽसि मत्कर्मा परमो भव मदर्थमपि कर्माणि कुर्वन्सि सिद्धमवाप्स्यसि अथैतद्दत्य शक्नोषि कर्तुं मद्योगमाश्रितः सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं ततः कुर्यात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानाभ्यासः ज्ञानध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानकर्म फलत्यागस्त्यागाच्छान्त निरन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्री करुण एव च निर्मम निरहङ्कारः समदुःख सुख शमी सन्तुष्ट सततं योगी यथात्मा दृढ़ निश्चय मय्यर्पित मनोर्बुद्धि यो मत्त भक्त समे प्रियः यस्मानो द्विजते लोको लोकानो द्विजते च यः हर्षामर्ष भयोद्वेगे मुक्तो यस सच मे प्रियः अनपेक्ष शुचिर्दक्ष उदासीनो गतव्यः सर्वारंभ परित्यागी यो मद्भक्त समे प्रियः यो न रुष्टति न द्वेष्टि न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमान्य समे प्रियः समशत्रु च मित्रे च तथा मानपमानयोः शीतोष्ण सुख दुःखेषु समसंग विवर्जितः तुल्य निन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थितर्मति भक्ति मामे प्रियो नरः हेतु धर्म्यामृतमिदं यक्तोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धया नमत परमा भक्तास्तेव मे प्रिया ओम तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे भक्ति योगो नाम द्वादशोऽध्यायः हरिये नमः हरिये नमः हरिये नमः ओम पूर्णमदं पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ओम शांति शांति शांति। श्री कृष्णार्पणमस्तु।
Wow, that's so beautiful, so lovely. And did you learn that yourself, or do you say this every single day, or where did you learn this wonderful?
Actually, I started joining this BBC, means the Bhagavad Gita classes. So I learned from there only, and I did practice it myself. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You're doing so well. And I know that we've also had a chance to meet before as well for launching some of these courses. And, you know, it's so wonderful to see you improving so well and learning so beautifully and sharing this now sharing these positive vibrations with the world. Can you tell us a little bit about Shradh as well? Because Shradh is something that today we are is an event that we are holding at the moment, Healing Our Earth, which is dedicated to the topic of Shradh, and of course a tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. So what does Shradh mean? Would you be able to share a little bit about that with our audiences?
See, हमारे एक्चुअली हिंदू में क्या है कि श्राद्ध मीन्स हमारे जो पूर्वज है, मीन्स हमारे माता पिता, उनके भी माता पिता, मतलब
our ancestors.
हाँ, तो कम से कम 7 पीढ़ी तक हम लोग कवर करते हैं.
Right. So during Shradh, it's a period, it's a special festival, let's call it like a custom, where we remember all our ancestors for the 7 generations.
Yeah.
Yes.
और ये 16 days का होता है, starting from Purnima to ending with Amavasya.
Right. So it's a 16 days. It's a 16 days festival where we hold this. And what happens during those 16 days? What do people do during that 16 days?
See, we are doing, actually we call Brahman, means according to tithi wise. मतलब जिनका जो तिथि में हुआ है, मतलब पूर्णिमा का हुआ, एकम, बीज, मतलब लाइक जिसका जो तिथि में वो लेडीज है तो लेडी ब्राह्मण को, नहीं तो जेंट्स है तो जेंट्स ब्राह्मण, बच्चा है तो वो हिसाब से. और उनके लिए स्पेशल फूड बनाना जरूरी है. 3 types of food we are making, specially milka means kheer, and the turiya means bitter gourd.
Yes.
One more thing, urad dal.
Right. So there's special recipes and things that people create from various vegetables, etc. Particular ones, and then they normally make those, right? Food with that.
Yes. And according to their उनके जो हिसाब से वो दे सकते हैं, अपने हिसाब से शक्ति के हिसाब से योगदान करेंगे.
So people donate, they donate the food, and it's done in memory of their loved ones, and also for peace, for their soul, you know, to generate peace, and also pray for them, you know, for their peace. So that
हमारा body भी उनकी वजह से we are from there only, no?
Yes, absolutely. We would not have been born without having our ancestors there, right?
Yes.
Our great-grandfather, great-great-great-grandfather, our father and mother, and we would never be here. So it's a really beautiful thing to respect, to show your respect, to remember them, and it's a very nice way to do this. And what happens, because in Indian tradition, we always talk about we get punya, or, you know, like blessings.
Yeah.
The blessings from where? What?
It's blessing from our पितृ और गॉड. मीन्स देखिए एक्चुअली क्या है, क्या हम अगर अपने श्रद्धा से कुछ भी करते हैं तो अपने आप को कुछ भी आपको प्रॉब्लम हो तो हिडल्स ऑटोमेटिक वो क्या हो जाएंगे, स्मूथ हो जाएंगे.
Obstacles. Yeah. So this you always show your respect to your various generations and ancestors. So you ask for their blessings to remove any obstacles that you're having to go through in your life. And with as they say, if you get your blessing of your mother or father, then you always have your luck opened, right? Because your mother and father are the only ones who love you unconditionally and won't expect anything back. So their blessings are very pure, you know, where the intentions are very pure. So in the same way, the ancestors, if they give you blessings, they will remove and dissolve your obstacles that you're getting in your life and problems and troubles. Right? Yes, very nice. I love it. Yeah, this is really lovely. And I know that we've also very shortly got Deepak Kapoorji coming and joining us very shortly as well. So, Laji, is there any message you would like to share for the Queen here? Because I know we've lost a very, a very long reigning monarch who gave so much to the nation. 70 years of her life, the Queen Elizabeth II. She gave service, dedicated her life to the community. So at the moment, we're of course remembering Queen Elizabeth II, the late Queen Elizabeth II. Is there anything that you would like to share, any message you would like to share before we move on to Deepak Kapoorji?
मैं एक ही शब्द में बता दूं, I'm really speechless. It's very difficult to find a woman like her in the world. I think so. अभी कोई world में ऐसे any other queen possible ही नहीं है.
Yeah, she's very unique. You will never be able to find a queen like her because she is very unique. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And why do you think she's unique? Why do you think that?
She's a totally different personality. So it's very difficult to
very graceful, very dedicated, very devoted to her work. She's
one word, it's very difficult. And
no problems, it's a language issue, no problems. But what you said is absolutely right. She's a very unique woman, and nobody can be Elizabeth II because she was a very unique personality. Stood so strong, a lot of inner strength, and so many trials and tribulations, and she stayed strong all the way through, like a strong pillar. And I think that is something we should all admire. So thank you, Salaji. Thank you very much for your comments as well. And thank you for the lovely, lovely prayers that you shared for Shradh. A global namaste to you, and we look forward to seeing you very shortly again. We move on, of course, all the way to India again, to Deepak Kapoorji, who is an incredible gentleman, a really charming gentleman. He really is somebody who I feel that all men should learn from because he has got such an amazing etiquette. So, Dr. Deepak Kapoorji, how are you? A global namaste to you. Hello, Deepak Kapoorji, global namaste. Deepak Kapoor, hello. I think Deepak ji cannot hear us at the moment. Hello. Hello, Deepak ji.
I don't think his microphone is, I don't think his speakers are on. We'll try to nudge him. Meanwhile, we'll carry on with our other messages.
No problems. Whilst we're doing that, let me just share a few really interesting. Oh,
thank you very much for your generous introduction.
Yes. Hello, Deepak ji.
Are you getting me?
Yes, now I'm getting you. Yes, now I'm getting you. I couldn't get you before. So
that's a technical snag.
No problems, as long as you're here with us. So global namaste to you, Deepak ji. Lovely to see you. I was sharing with our audiences that you are such a lovely gentleman with so much good etiquette. You have such a fantastic way, with words. Very kind and very good. So, Deepak ji, what are you going to be sharing with us today? Is there something in particular?
Okay.
Hello?
So, honey, he is not hearing you. He's just guessing.
Global namaste to you.
Yes, global namaste.
Honey, he's not hearing you.
Yes, he's not here. Okay, let me share a little bit about what I wanted to share. And meanwhile, maybe if we want to get the technical side sorted out, I will just share a few really interesting facts with our dear audience members. Now, I just wanted to say, whilst I'm here, we are connected to countries all around the world, probably over 140 countries. People from all over the world must have tuned in today to of course, pay their tribute and pay their respects to these wonderful departed souls. which includes, of course, the late Queen Elizabeth II, who we sadly lost earlier this month. But having said that, Queen Elizabeth, she lived such a beautiful life, you know, a life of service, a life where she really made a contribution, you know, to the nation. And of course, I love everything. I love palaces and princesses and queens, and I love the royal family. When I go to India, I love the castles and the palaces that are there as well. Because many years ago, during history, even in India, we had lots of kings and queens, etc. But I just wanted to share a few really interesting facts about Queen Elizabeth. For those of you who may just be wondering or don't have that much information, just wanted to let you know that Queen Elizabeth II was born at 2:40 a.m. in the morning on 21st of April 1926. Yes, 1926. Sounds a long time away, doesn't it? Well, she was 96 years old when she passed away, actually. So she has lived a very, very long life. Also, she was crowned Queen on 2nd of June, and that was in 1953. So again, many, many years ago, just after World War II and our Independence Day as well for India, etc. But she was crowned Queen on 2nd of June 1953. And even this year in June, there were many, many, many celebrations all around the country where people celebrated the 70th Platinum Jubilee for the Queen. Which is her 70 years of service that she has, of course, dedicated to the nation. Also, she has been the longest reigning monarch ever in Britain. Well, 70 years is a long time. So she has been one of the longest, and she's going to probably be remembered in history for that as well. And as a queen, this is just perhaps if you are not aware of this, but as a queen, she was served by 15 UK prime ministers. And what we mean by that is, of course, prime ministers come and go, right? But she has been steady all the way through, working alongside these 15 prime ministers since she became a queen. Isn't that amazing? When it comes to dogs, I love dogs and I'm an animal lover. I love dogs and I love squirrels and I love all types of lovely nature things. But the Queen had her favorite dogs, and her favorite dogs were, you guessed right, corgis. And since she started keeping these corgis, so many people started buying corgis and keeping corgis as pets in their homes. So, that's quite interesting. But it's a new breed of dog, which is interesting. It's a new breed of dog. Now, she was if you are somebody who loves driving and enjoys, and you had to go through many driving tests to get your driving license, well, you're going to be very, very jealous of this, because Her Majesty the Queen was the only person in the UK allowed to drive without a license. Yes, she could drive without a license, so nobody can stop her, by the way, which is amazing. Also, if you're a little confused about her birthdays, I used to get a little confused. I used to think, why does Queen Elizabeth have 2 birthdays? Well, her actual birthday is on the 21st of April, and this was normally held every single June on a Saturday. So whatever day her birthday was, which is 21st of April, it doesn't matter, because it was normally celebrated on the first Saturday near the 21st of April. So that was quite interesting, normally because the weather is better that way, which is amazing. And by the way, can you believe that her birthplace is now a Cantonese restaurant? Yes, talk about, we talk about the Commonwealth and diversity, etc. Her birthplace, wherever she was born, there is now a really beautiful, fancy Cantonese restaurant, built on that space, which is quite interesting, near Mayfair. So, also, Queen Elizabeth sent her first email in 1976. So if you remember, we first started learning how to use the email, the web, and it was very new some years back. Now everybody has an email, etc. But Queen Elizabeth sent her first email in 1976. That's a long time. 76, 86, 96, 2006, 2016, almost 2000. That's almost 50 years ago, actually. She had many hobbies, by the way. And if you were talking about which hobbies Queen Elizabeth had, well, one of her very, very interesting hobbies that she had, which everybody knows about, is horse riding. She also had another hobby which she really enjoyed, which was pigeon racing. And you'd be very, very surprised, especially if you're a football supporter and you're a footballer or you enjoy supporting Arsenal, because Queen Elizabeth was an Arsenal football supporter. So isn't that amazing? So she was a football fan, in other words. Also, when Queen Elizabeth was 6 years old, she became a homeowner. Now, I know we always have to work and we finish our university, we save some money, then we go and buy our own homes. Well, she was very lucky because when she was 6 years old, she was actually owning her own home. And this was when the people of Wales gifted her a house in the grounds of Windsor. So this was Windsor's Royal Lodge, I believe. That's where it was. Also, in her lifetime, Queen Elizabeth II sent around 50,000 Christmas cards. Yes, signed by herself, which is a lot of post. Like, well, hopefully, I'm not too sure if it was like a stamp or she signed it, but from what I understand is she signed every single one of these cards herself. So that is also, I think, a huge, can you imagine, huge commitment and so much contribution to connect to the community in this way, which I think is great. If you're an animal lover and you love visiting zoos or you love, I don't know, supporting wildlife charities, etc., you'd be very interested to know that Queen Elizabeth owned an elephant. She also owned 2 giant turtles, a jaguar, and I don't know how you say this, but a pair of sloths. I don't know actually what they look like, but they are a pair of sloths, and maybe you would like to share that. And these were actually like presents, that other countries had given to her, but they now live in London Zoo. Very, very interesting. And a couple more really interesting facts about our Queen, of course. Princess Elizabeth made her first radio broadcast in October 1940, and this was during the Second World War. And that's a long time ago. And that is the same year as my dad when he was born. And finally, let's think about one more thing that, well, sometimes even the monarch goes undercover, they say. Because sometimes, there are many, many things that take place where, for example, tourists are walking around and we've heard of people jumping into Buckingham Palace and all sorts of things. But she's been through these very unusual experiences, but she always remains so calm. And I really don't understand how she does this. She just remains calm, steady. You can't see too many expressions on her faces that, oh, I'm annoyed or whatever. She's always very graceful, very, very steady. So these are just some facts I thought that you may be interested in, something that we should really be remembering our wonderful Queen for, and something we could celebrate. Let's move on and see if we can find Deepak Kapoorji joining us all the way from India again. Dear Deepakji, are you with us? A global namaste to you again. Hello. Maybe you want to take out your ear plugs or ear. Hello. Okay, I do not think he can hear me, dear Neil. Right, we're going to move on again. Now, let me see if I can invite Vinny. Vinny is here joining us right now. And as always, it's always a pleasure to always invite dear Vinny. Hello, Vinny. A global namaste to you. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, Vinny. Very well. How are you? That's a beautiful painting behind you for the world. Isn't that lovely? The whole planet. And actually, today we're connecting with the whole of the globe and sharing our messages about Shradh and, of course, the late Queen Elizabeth II. So, Vinny, would you like to share any messages today?
Good namaste to everyone, Neelji, Mani, and everyone who are present here. And as we are giving tribute to Queen Elizabeth II, so I think I don't have anything else to say, as you have explained everything about her. You have just, said everything. All I would say, she was the Queen of Hearts, and also she was such an inspiration for all the women. So I don't have many words to describe her, but I think you have said everything.
Well, I think what you just said was very important. She's an inspiration to many women around the world, especially leaders, women, female leaders from around the world. There's a lot you could learn from her, the grace, the dignity, the way she conducts herself and the way she stays.
She carried on everything, the way she used to,
Yeah, and the way she stays so steady amongst all the turbulence that takes place. There's been so many things. It could be family issues, country issues, political issues, but you will always find her, so graceful and staying very strong. And I think that's
a lot of interest in political and all kind of, duties and everything. And
yes. And they also say, Viniji, when in a family, when they say a family, if you have a very beautiful family, you normally say if the husband or the male is steady, strong, you respect them lots more. They make good decisions. Whenever things go all over the place, women could get a little emotional because that's what they are. They're creative individuals, so they could get, but to have a partner who's very strong. So what happens is you feel safe and protected and very strong. But this seems very similar with what the head of our nation has been like. Where they give you good advice, very respectful, and also, protects and keeps everybody, like being a good inspiration. So I see it like that. I don't know how you see it, but I see it in the fact that she's been a very strong pillar.
Yeah, she was a bond for the family, for the world affairs, you can say. She was such an inspiration for all the women that love to learn from her life. And after living a long, this monarchy, and she was such a great personality, I would say, how to carry herself and the way, very elegantly. She was very, very elegant.
Yes.
She knew where and what to, how to use the dress code as well. I mean, I don't have many words to describe her.
No, but I mean, from what you just reminded me, with what she was, or how she was very elegant. She was a tiny woman, but even men, the strongest man, army men, whatever who would come, they would like melt in front of her. Everybody would be, because she had this beautiful aura about her. There is a very regal aura about her. Even if she didn't have the crowns and she didn't have anything, and she walked through, she would still have this presence.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that's something that's very good for us to.
You can follow her. The way she used to be, and the way she has inspired the entire world, the way she has led the entire world, I would say. So, I mean, as she was the queen of United Kingdom and also Commonwealth countries as well. So, I mean, she was queen of hearts.
I love that. That's beautiful. Now tell me, what are you going to do for us today, Vinny, after that lovely little tribute to our queen? Would you be singing a song for us with that gorgeous, beautiful voice of yours?
I will, sing a song, as I've been out all the day for my dance practice. So yeah, just came back and I didn't do any practice for my singing, but
Oh, you don't need any practice. Please go ahead. Just share. You're there on our screen. And I know every time you sing, we love it.
Thank you. So I'll just sing this song. तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी तेरे मासूम सवालों से परेशान परेशान तुझसे नाराज नहीं तेरे मासूम सवालों से परेशान परेशान जीने के लिए सोचा ही नहीं दर्द संभालने जीने के लिए सोचा ही नहीं दर्द संभालने मुस्कुराए तो मुस्कुराने की उतारने होंगे मुस्कुराओ कभी तो लगता है जैसे तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी तेरे मासूम सवालों से परेशान हूँ मैं परेशान हूँ मैं जिंदगी तेरे गमनी हमें रिश्ते नहीं समझ आई जिंदगी तेरे गमनी हमें रिश्ते नहीं समझ आई मिले जो हमें धूप में मिले छाँव के ठंडे साए और तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी हैरान हूँ मैं हैरान तेरे रंगीन सवालों से परेशान हूँ मैं परेशान हूँ मैं तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी हैरान आज अगर भर आएंगे बूंदे बरस जाएंगी आज अगर भर आएंगे बूंदे बरस जाएंगी कल क्या पता किसके लिए आगे तरस जाएंगी जो जाने कब गुम हुआ कहाँ खोया एक आंसू छुपा के रखा था तुझसे नाराज नहीं जिंदगी हैरान हूँ मैं हैरान मैं तेरे मासूम सवालों से परेशान मैं परेशान
Oh, thank you so much, Vinny. What a beautiful song as well. And if you were translating that in English, what would you say? What does it mean?
It is like person talks to the life that I'm not angry with you, but the question you asked me, they really surprised me. There are a lot of questions which life asks the person, a human being.
Yes.
So very surprised.
Yes. Oh, that's amazing. Yes, because we are always searching ourselves as well. Question, what is life? What is there? You know, why are we here? What is happening? Why is this happening to this person and not this person, and etc., etc. So there's always lots of questions in our minds, especially when people leave, you know, us. There's always these questions. Why I wish I'd done this, or why didn't I do that? So maybe, you know, a little message that we could perhaps collectively give to our audience members is, you know, when a spirit leaves or a soul leaves, you know, to leave them in peace with very positive energy and very positive memories of theirs. So, yeah, so they can happily move forward as well in their lives. Yes. No, thank you, Vinny. Thank you very much for joining us here with that gorgeous voice of yours, a lovely song, and of course, lovely tribute to the Queen as well. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Shani.
We now move on, of course, to India with Dr. Deepak Kapoorji. Let's see if we get a chance to speak to him and connect with him. And now, Dr. Deepak Kapoorji, all the way from India, and global namaste.
Global namaste to you.
Ah, we hear you now. Oh, lovely. Oh, how, Deepak ji, how are you? And what is today? What has today been like for you? You know, it's been Shradh, isn't it, today?
Yeah, it's a Shradh.
Special. Yeah, it's a special, yes. I mean, you know, today I got a chance to listen to your fellow colleagues with the Vedic mantras with Salaji. She was fantastic. Yes, Salaji was fantastic. We're very proud of her. She's really learning her Vedic scriptures very nicely. You know, we're very proud of that. Yeah. How is you also study Vedic studies, don't you? Tell us a little bit about how your Vedic mantra studies are going. How are they going?
I'm not pursuing now, at the moment. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But when you did learn, did you enjoy it? Is there any prayer that you is there any favorite prayer of yours? Any favorite prayers?
That is Ram Rameti Rameti, Ram Rame Manorame. Sahasranam Matulya Sri Ram Nam Varam Nam Varane. If you recite 3 times, it is like Vishnu Sahasranam.
Oh, very nice. Nice mantra, right? With good positive vibration. Very nice. Yes. And what are you going to share with us today? What is it that you would like to share today?
Yeah. Thank you very much for your generous introduction. There was a goof up.
Yes, there was definitely a goof up, as you say. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. As we all know, Mahalaya Amavasya is observed on the last day of the Pitru Paksha, the fortnight of the ancestors, and is also the most significant day of this period. Rituals are performed to invoke and seek the blessings of the ancestors for a peaceful and prosperous life, and also for their peace. This day is celebrated with the objective to pay honor and respect to the ancestors with immense devotion and gratitude. Befitting with this occasion, we pay rich tributes and homage to Her Majesty the Queen. For more than 70 years, she led a life of incomparable public service and duty dedicated to the nation. She was not just the head of state of the United Kingdom, but also a figurehead of self-devotion, dedication, and service. For the majority of people around the globe, she was the only monarch they have ever known and her passing away also brings to a close the modern Elizabethan era. She leaves a legacy which is unlikely to be matched for many generations to come. Over the 70 years of her reign, she has been witness to many significant world events, from the sadness of wars and conflicts to the joy of technological progress and medical advancements. The Queen's empathy and ability, coupled with wit and humor, connect with every passing generation, while remaining rooted in the tradition that truly mattered to her, was an example of true leadership. The whole world will long remember her devotion and leadership with great fondness and will miss her dearly. Yes.
That's beautiful. That is so nice. Did you write this yourself, dear Deepakji?
Yeah.
Did you write this message yourself?
Yes.
Very beautiful. You write so well, Deepakji. That's such a nice thing. And also, of course, you know, the contribution that the late Queen Elizabeth II has made to the nation, to the Commonwealth, and of course to the globe as well. I think, you know, we must never forget, you know, that people who have given such service. It's something that we should definitely acknowledge and really celebrate. Her life. Sorry? Yes.
She's a towering personality.
Yeah, very towering personality. Absolutely, yes. And Deepakji, if we were, you know, when we speak about Shradh as well, today we're remembering all the loved and lost, you know, the loved ones that we've lost, our ancestors. And of course, one of them being our Queen Elizabeth II, but also many of our own relatives. And so Shradh is a very important day for all of us at this moment. Is there any message you would like to give relating to that as well? To any message, final message?
The rituals are performed to invoke and seek the blessings of the ancestors. That is
So is there anything that you would like to share with us about that? For example, I would like to say, I'd like to use this day. We made kheer today. You know, we made kheer. So kheer is like a rice pudding, English rice pudding. Yeah. And we make that normally on the last day of Shradh, which is today. Is that right? And then we put it outside in the garden, and we had many of the black birds who came and ate the kheer and the roti, right? The chapatis. What is the significance of that? Why do we do that? Because they say that if we get black birds who come to eat that, that's good luck. You know, that's very good luck. And we had many black birds that came to eat. What does that mean? What is the significance?
It's for the souls, you know, who have left us.
Right. So we're just like prashad.
Yeah, special offering.
Like prashad, like an offering to them. That's beautiful. That's lovely. Well, Deepakji, I just wanted to say thank you very much for joining us again on our Healing Our Earth. It's always a real pleasure to have you here with us, and also to hear this wonderful message of yours. And I think that's a really very powerful message that you've shared. Thank you very much. We're now, of course, moving on to our next guest, who's all the way here in the UK. And he's a dear friend, but he's also a really amazing gentleman who's doing so much for the community as well, just like the Queen. He's Councillor Sunil Chopra, the Mayor of Southwark. And he's joining us here on Healing Our Earth to perhaps share some messages about Her Majesty the Queen. And at the same time, let's find out a little bit more about what work he's doing, because he's doing amazing work just like the Queen for the community. Hello, Global Namaste, Sunilji. Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Thank you, Honey. Thank you, Honeyji. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this program, and also thanks to Neilji. He's very dear to me, like you and all the other people. Some people I know, some people I don't know. And it's a great honor, first of all, those who don't know me. I'm the first Indian origin consular in London Borough of Southwark, where we only got 2% of the Indian population. And we never had any consular in the history of Southwark. And I'm the first mayor of the borough. And secondly, God has been very kind on me and to me. And I got elected second time this year in May, again, the mayor of the borough. So
yes, I mean, this is very unusual because I've worked with mayors before, various different mayors, and I've never ever heard of a mayor coming and being re-elected second time from all the time that I've worked, or even previously. Is that right? Is this the first time?
Yeah, yes. Normally each borough, they only have mayor once in their lifetime, because normally people have between 50 to 65 councillors in a year. So you can imagine everybody, if they want to become a mayor in their lifetime span, so you got to wait so many years before you become a mayor. So everybody wished to become a mayor because you are the first citizen of your borough, and it's a great honor to represent your borough. So I'm one of the, you can say, the lucky one. And then I got elected second time. And but I did work hard very recently because I was.
Yes, I was going to say that you've been really working hard. I have watched you work very, very hard. You do so many events for the community. You do so much work for charity, and you're doing so much philanthropic work as well. Tell us a little bit about what kind of work do you do for the communities? What is the role of the mayor? You know, what kind of work have you been doing?
Yeah, I got involved into community things. I've been living in Southwark now nearly for 43 years, right? Always lived in Southwark, except 1 year I lived in Ilford. So then I moved to Southwark for nearly 43 years. So I was organizing many events like Holi, Diwali, 15th of August, Republic Day, Independence Day, all those sort of things. So I was trying not only to bring Indian community, as I told you, we don't have many Indian. So when I moved in my borough, I realized that there's a lack of Indian community. There's no good networking. So, you miss home, basically. So we tried to have one united front where we can meet at least once a month. So we started a Southwark Hindu Center. I think it's over 35 years now. I think it's still going on. So I'm one of the founder trustee when I was very young. So we started.
You're still very young. You're still very young. We got many years of your, your dedication and work to be done for the community. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please carry on.
So we were organizing these sort of events in our. So one day, I think, and also I was supporting my party. I belongs to. In UK, I belongs to member of Labour Party, but doesn't matter which party you be supportive of. So one day, Tessa Joel, she passed away. She was our local MP. So she came to one of my event and saw we had about 300 guests in one of the Diwali function, and she was very impressed. And she asked me, Sunil, why don't you become an active councillor? So I said, I don't know how to become a councillor. Then this is how my journey started. So I become a councillor, then I become a chair of licensing, chair of disciplinary appeal committee, the deputy mayor, then the mayor. So
right.
I've been involved with a lot of community things. So even now I'm still very actively, not only in Indian community, but many other different communities as well, whether they are British people or whether they come from a different backgrounds. So
yes, all diverse, very very diverse.
Diverse borough. Yes.
Yes, diverse.
Yes. So what I done even when I was not a mayor, I done one event which is called International Diversity Festival. So where we had a people from different countries. I had 14 different ambassadors attending my event. We had 14 different music and different countries' food. So idea was to break the barrier of certain perception in people's mind, about the different colors and race. So I was very successful in that. So now I'm trying to organize something very similar to say thank you to our old queen, and we want to welcome our new king. So I'm very pleased to announce that today to all your audience that with your kind help and with the help of the Rotary friends, so we are organizing a very big event on 18th of November in City Pavilion. So anybody wish to join or come, please do come. And on that day, we're going to have probably all the Commonwealth ambassadors, because it's a Commonwealth Day. Because when you become a mayor, you pick up charities whom you want to support. So I'm supporting 2 charities because of the COVID. Many people know that hospital work very hard, tirelessly. So I was thinking to say thank you to hospital. So I picked up a charity called this charity which belongs to the hospital, King's College Hospital Charity. And then also I'm doing supporting Blind Aid, which help people with partially blind people. So make awareness campaign. So I picked up those 2 charities. So it's called Commonwealth Bowl. So it's Mayor's Charity Bowl. So all the money which we collect, it goes to the charity. We don't take any money from them, even not a penny, but rather sometimes we spend money from our own pocket as well to make this successful happen. So I'll request everybody with your through your platform that please ask all people, everybody, to come, join and enjoy on that day. Enjoy the food, enjoy the music. There'll be a fashion show, many things which Aniji is the main person who's organized this thing on my behalf and for my charities. So please do.
Yes, I think this is going to be so much fun, Sanuji, because, you know, when I know we're going to be sharing a little bit about this event. So, you know, just to let our audience members know, Sanuji is a very pioneering gentleman. He always comes up with really beautiful ideas, and he knows how to bring the lovely teams together as well. And that's a big quality about dear Sanuji. And, you know, for this particular event, he's brought people together like diverse entertainment. So you will be able to see African dancers, Indian dancers, fashion show, all sorts of singers. With that, I think you'll have this beautiful, delicious multi-cuisine, so that you will be able to try out food from, let's say, a little bit of Malaysian food, Indian food, British food. You know, it's a lovely, the way he's organizing the whole thing is amazing. And with, on top of that, it's also for charities, your 2 favorite charities that you are supporting, which I believe is Blind. Is it? Would you be able to tell us a little bit about the 2 charities that you?
Yeah, it's one is called King's College Hospital Charity. So first I was thinking I should go for cancer charities or other charities. Then I thought it is better if I do pick up the hospital charities, because King College got their own hospital charities. So then when the money is collected, so that can be distributed to whichever department they want to use that money,
whichever needs it the most at that time. Yes, I understand. Yes.
So, and also second one is called Blind Aid. So they help people with partially blind, make awareness campaign for that. So last time I had 2 charities when I picked last time when I was married in 2014-15. I had 2 homeless charities. So I supported people because I couldn't believe people sleeping rough on UK roads, because coming from India, you see a lot of people sleep on the roads. So I was feeling very embarrassed and bad that in first world we see this. So when even soldiers come from fighting from whichever field they come, whether Afghanistan, Iraq or wherever, and they get so distressed, so, you know, disturbed, they sleep rough on UK road, which was unbelievable to me. So I raised nearly £66,000 in that year for charities through all the friends and Indian community and all the other people. So I was supported fully to support those charities.
That's amazing. I remember that 66,000, and I remember, of course, being part of one of those events as well, helping to organize it. It was a Bollywood ball, and I remember you had about 14 mayors from the whole of London coming, as well as so many other dignitaries that came and attended. And I know that we are this time round with the 18th of November of event, which is a Friday. This Commonwealth Ball, which is the Mayor's Spectacular Commonwealth Ball, that's being staged. You're going to have many representatives representatives from many high commissions, mayors, and all sorts of dignitaries who are going to be joining. So, of course, audience members, if you're watching this, if this is of interest to you, looking for a lovely evening out where you want to support good causes and at the same time network with really wonderful people, this would be absolutely amazing. And I believe tickets are about £55, are they? And all net proceeds are all going to the charity anyway.
Or table of 10 for £500. So
yes,
we'll have a lot of diplomats there. We'll have a lot of business people there. So it will be good, like you rightly said. It's a good time to do your business networking also. Plus, you're also supporting charities as well. And of course, you're going to enjoy
a lovely evening out with lots of entertainment and everything. And
evening, like you did last time, everybody still remember. My consuls and all the colleagues still says, especially my chief executive, that many mayors, all the mayors that do their charity ball anyway, he said, but your one is the most memorable one. So they all remember. So your
quality is, Sunilji, you leave people you let people get on with the creativity, you encourage them, you support them. So they're able to do the best for you, So I think you've got this quality about you. So Sunilji, final thing I also wanted to ask you was coming to Her Majesty the Queen, because you had the honor of going on to, was it to Westminster or was it to the cathedral where you had to, what is that? You had to do a special speech on behalf for Her Majesty the Queen.
A very good point.
Bit about that.
It's a great honor. Twice I was invited to the Queen's Garden party. So we had a glimpse of her. And then at her death, so as a mayor, so it's a great honor to do the proclamation on that day that the Queen passed away and we are welcoming new king. And then we were given special privilege to go and pay our last respect while she was lying in the parliament over there. So I paid my respect. And then you can see the queue started from Sadak Park, which is in our area. So there was a queue of nearly 11 to 14 hours queue. So as a mayor, so I went 3-4 days to meet the people, say hello to them, and see if they got any issues. All the volunteers, police, and all the marshal, whosoever is there looking after them. And people were very appreciative and happy that mayor has come all the way to meet them and say hello to them. A lot of people were taking pictures with the mayor. And then one day on Sunday, we had a service as well. So after doing my service, which I was in the full robes, I was walking and talking to all the people, those who were waiting there. So it was very well appreciated. So it's a great honor to announce the death of the Queen and to welcome the Prince Charles. And just for your audience information, that 2014-15, the Prince Charles, he came to Sadak, to Dulwich Picture Library. So being a mayor, as a first citizen, it was my duty to welcome him. So I had a very good interaction with him, had a good chance to talk to him. And I can assure you, he's a lovely person, very down to earth. And that time my wife, she had a bandage on her hand. And she said, I hope he's not making you to work hard again, while you're in the so it shows how passionate he is.
Very light-hearted, and and I know that he also loves the environment a lot. So I'm looking forward to working with him.
He's the first one who started talking about the environment.
Yeah, and the Commonwealth Ball is his birthday is 2 days before. It's on the 16th of November. So I understand that on the 18th of November we're welcoming the King, of course. There it is. Oh, there you go. You were here when you went to give your speeches and things. Was that the cathedral?
Yes, that's right.
Okay,
that
that's
was
amazing.
The cathedral, and when we done the prayer, and I think that's the way.
That's a very big smile there. That's wonderful. And may I ask, Sunilji, what does it feel like for you? Because you're part of history, actually, with what you have done, being one of the people who've gone in and had to give a speech and give the proclamation, being there, taking photos with people on this queue, which will be talked about maybe 500 years from now, that, this is what happened when this happened. You were part of it. You're part of history. What does it feel like for you as a person, as an individual?
Yes, I can say with great satisfaction and pride that is very satisfying to a human being and a just ordinary person coming to this country, helping community, and then I've been recognized in an area where there's hardly any Indian people there. It's not like many areas, where there's a lot of Indian population there. Then you see a lot of 10, 15, 20 councillors or mayor. But this is the area where host community lives there, and they recognize you, they appreciated your work, they appreciated your contribution. So I was saying with one day I was having a dinner with a long time ago, Sir Ghulam Noon. He passed away. Everybody knows him. Lovely, lovely, lovely man. So during our conversation, I still remember his word. He says, Sunil, there's no glass ceiling in this country. You just keep working hard and one day you can achieve what you want to do. So this is a small message.
He said the same thing to me. He used to be a very good friend of mine too. A lovely mentor as well, I would say, like a guider, like guides, gives a great guidance. Yeah, so he said that same similar thing to me. He said there's plenty of opportunities for anybody who's looking, who can do the work, who would like to take up the opportunities. There's plenty of opportunities that you could take here in this country. So yeah, absolutely.
Like you said, it's very satisfying to me as a human being that I've been recognized, and I hope my name will be in the history. So if anybody think of one of the Indian man in Shradh, so I think I hope I'll be remembered. Yeah.
Oh, you will definitely be. I'm sure they would. And you are really, I think that, having a good balance of somebody who's got a lovely business background as well, who knows how to help raise funds and things, then of course having the community side to them, and also having the wisdom as well to do the right thing, and also understanding the protocols and etiquette that's required, to be in this particular field. I think to have a combination of all of that, you're doing an amazing job, dear Sunilji. And of course, Mr. Mayor, we're very, very privileged to have you here and honored to have you here on Healing Our Earth. We have over 140 countries who are tuning in right now, watching different programs. It could be a few here and a lot somewhere else, but there's lots and lots of people who are tuning in from different cultural backgrounds, as well as, of course, many Asians as well. And I'm sure that they will be very proud to hear of your lovely little story that you've shared, with the limited time that we have. Perhaps we'll have to get you in some other time again to talk a little bit more about your whole journey. But Sunilji, was there any final messages that you'd like to share? Because I am very, very looking forward to working with you on this 18th of November. Healing Our Earth is coming on board to support you as well, all of us, and the whole team.
Yeah, I'll just like to say again, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk to your listeners and people those are watching your program. And so you're doing such a lovely work and meeting and bringing community together, like you just said, which I heard, that not only in this country or globally, which is a very, very big thing. And I can only say salute to you and all your team and everybody. And hopefully I'll meet all your members one-to-one and on the 18th of November. And hopefully we'll be sold out very soon now.
Yes, we need to get everybody buying their tickets, because I know it's going to be a sold out event, but we need to make sure that all our Healing Our Earth lot can be there as well to enjoy their event. And if you think about it, Sunilji, just like you've been really amazing with the community, all the Healing Our Earth members just here, they're all volunteers. Neil Kumar was our founder of Healing Our Earth. He set it up during the COVID season when COVID came up, so that people were isolated, and this was to help to educate, entertain, inform, and just keep people upbeat and keep their spirits higher, and give them information that they need, through experts. And but it's continued, it hasn't stopped, because it's become so popular, and it's getting more and more popular as each week goes by. So we're very happy with all our wonderful so thank you for your support.
It's a great effort, Haniji, and especially big thanks to Neilji, because as you know, the isolation, depression, loneliness is a very, very big issue at the moment. And a lot of people stay at home alone, whether they are senior citizens, older people, some even, young people as well, So it's a great effort. At least they get connected. They feel they're part of this small family. So thank you to all your team, especially to Neil and everybody.
Oh, thank you so much, and we wish you as well the best of luck. And and please don't surprise us coming back on third time round as a mayor, right? In the future, with you, there is no, everything is like we've come out with so many surprises. So there'll be, we're looking forward to what surprises.
I keep on getting the good wishes from everybody.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, Sunilji, thank you so much. I enjoy your day. Thank you for taking out your valuable time and being with us here today. And of course, we're moving all the way from Suffolk with our wonderful mayor, which is, of course, Councillor Sunil Chopra, who is the mayor of Suffolk, who just joined us, sharing his wonderful experiences and royal experiences, meeting the Queen, meeting the King, and of course, the work that he himself is doing. And just to quickly remind you, as a quick summary, on 18th of November, the mayor is kind of organizing one of the most grandest, the most spectacular ball called the Mayor's Commonwealth Ball, and it will be to mainly welcome King Charles III on board, and of course to give a wonderful farewell to the Queen as well. So Sunil Chopra ji, good luck and best wishes, and I'll be working with you all the way through for that project. So looking forward to it. Thank you. So we now move on to our wonderful gentleman, Shradh, who is a really, really amazing poet. He writes amazing poems. He's been a radio presenter on one of the hospitals, and I think he still is a radio presenter. Let me find out a bit more. Hi, a global namaste, Shradh.
Yeah, global namaste. Jai Saram, honey. How are you? You all right?
Very well, thank you. Have you been enjoying the program so far?
I think it's good, yeah, because it's respectful for the Queen Elizabeth II. And, you know, since the cathedral at Westminster, and, you know, thousands of people were queuing in the Victoria Garden, a lot of people. And I think it's very cold outside, because it's not worth to go out like this. And it's really, really, really hard, is it?
Yes, that's very true, because people were so dedicated and, you know, really wanted to pay their respects, and all the communities came together from all cultural backgrounds, waiting for hours and hours to pay their respects. And I think that's a wonderful way to pay your tribute as well, you know, to show your thanks.
Exactly, and thanks
yes.
to people, because then and there was some kind of Windsor Castle after London. They had to travel by the a black car, because there was no much traffic then. It's very, because of the way they need to do another funeral in Windsor Castle, is it?
Yes, absolutely, Shradh. And Shradh, look, we're coming together today in loving memory of the Queen Elizabeth II, and we're thinking and really wishing her and praying that her soul rests in peace. But at the same time, all of us are actually coming together to celebrate a very, very important and very beautiful life. Somebody who has given a lot, has given a great service to the nation, and really been dedicated, devoted, done in a very graceful and eloquent manner. So I think, you know, Her Majesty is a very unique lady, as many people have shared, like Lataji had shared, Viniji had shared.
You've been in it for many years, and 96, you know, what amazing, a fantastic life, and the Jubilee, the Commonwealth and everything, and visiting places and everything to support her, is it?
Absolutely. And I mean, when you have a little vision board and you create little visual, I don't know if you know about those, Shradh, but I used to cut little things to make a little vision board of my future, how I see the future. And one of them was always the royal family, because I've been a Duke of Edinburgh Award ambassador. So have a lot of work that I do with the palaces and things like that, or supporting the youth in that area. And with the Queen as well, I had a wonderful lunch with her at the university, just 50 of us sitting down and having an amazing. So these connections, we remember these beautiful memories forever and ever and ever. And that's when you get the chance and an opportunity to see what they're like, you know, in real life, because normally you would see photos or a video or a film or TV.
Or newspapers, is it like this?
Yes, absolutely. But when you see them in reality, you see, oh, wow, you know, what grace, what dignified manner of working, you know, it's great. So what about you, Shradh? What do you have to share with us for today?
Well, I'm going to read the poem, right? I'm most wise.
Wait. First, tell us, Shradh, wait. You were also a radio presenter. Are you still a radio presenter for the hospital?
Well, yeah, I'm not returned to the hospital radio yet because it's, the problem, the COVID. But I got the long service award since back in July because last year was 10 years. But, they gave the award from this year because it's 11 years. But I know because because so much change has been going around because I had to go to a trustee board meeting since summer. What's going on for the next, what the discussions about for the radio, like Wi-Fi's and everything. And
there are many things to think about, but I just wanted to congratulate. That's one thing I just wanted to share. That I wanted to congratulate that you've dedicated your time to really, run a program on radio for the hospital to help to uplift people's spirits and play nice music to get, music always helps to make people feel better. So well done. I just wanted to congratulate and from all of the Healing Our Earth team for the wonderful work and the contribution you've made, through the radio. And now you have a wonderful poem that you're going to be sharing with us, right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll do it.
Yes.
A most wise and respectful Queen, you are a part of all families in the nation. Everybody will miss you, from grandparents, parents, and children. Always a part of the nation on television, newspapers, currencies, and stamps. Always smiling and polite. Hard to believe you are gone. We all will miss you. Happy personality. God bless you.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And you also included the stamps as well. I love that. It's absolutely, we forget that the Queen was everywhere, wasn't she? She was on the money and she was on all the notes and she was on the stamps. And that's all going to be changed very soon, isn't it? With the King Charles coming on board.
Exactly, because when the Queen was on the stamps, that first class, second stamp, and post office, and all the money as well, the currency, and now it's the changes now to become the King Charles now, is it?
Yes, and every single post box, I believe, because every single post box, the red post boxes that we are so used to seeing, have that little engraved, I don't know if you've seen it, that Queen Elizabeth's engraved thing on it.
I've seen it, I saw it.
Yeah, so that has to come out, and it's going to be Prince Charles coming through. So they're going to have to change all of those in the whole of UK very soon, over a period of time. So there's going to be definitely some changes taking place there. But, 70 years and the Queen has been like part of our lives. We can't imagine a life without her because she's just been there for so long. So yes, there's going to be a few changes there. But Shradh, that was a beautiful poem as always. You always touch our hearts with your lovely words. So keep up the great work, and thank you very much for joining us here today on Healing Our Earth. And good luck for another 10 years for another award, okay, for your wonderful work.
And we'll see in 2 weeks at the Trafalgar Square because we've got that Diwali show coming up, is it?
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about that. What are you going to do there at the Diwali? This is, of course, our Diwali, the Trafalgar Square Diwali celebrations that we have in London. This is done every year. Because of COVID, we had a bit of a break. But this is done by DIL, which is Diwali in London team. And of course, Neil Kumar is one of the wonderful organizers there as well. So tell us, Shradh, what will you be doing there?
Well, I'm going to do volunteering in a Seva with Ravi Bernard. He's one of the MBE. I've met him last Saturday at the Willows in Chigwell, and he's going to message me. We've got some volunteers for the Seva as well, because I think because last year too is with the problems through the pandemic, and because it's been a difficult time since because you had to watch it online last year, so there was not much you can do, is it then? And it has
yes, that's true. Yeah, and what date is it? Can you share it with our viewers?
Right, it's on Sunday, the 9th October, and it's at 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock p.m. at Trafalgar Square, 2022.
Thank you very much. You've done my job for me in a much better way too. Thank you so much, Shradh. Well, thank you, and have a lovely, lovely day. A global namaste to you, and thank you for joining us here on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you, G. We're now coming to kind of the end of our program. We have a couple of messages that we've received from people. And while we're here, let me see if I can invite Lata Ji. If she's around, she's going to join us just now to say a few final words while she's there. But I would love to share a couple of messages for you. Messages come from India, from Kolkata. It's come from a wonderful gentleman called Suman. Suman is a dancer. He's a dance performer, and he sent a message here saying, so I'd like to say this for you. At a time when Europe thought the tradition of monarchy was coming to an end, one woman by the name of Elizabeth II restored all of England back to its original and peaceful culture. After the two world wars, the monarchies of Europe went astray in all the land. But all but 10 monarchy rulers remain in the present day, under which only 7 of them have bonds to England. Elizabeth II is the most widely known of the monarchs due to her kind and elegant manners, and also from her decisions in not ruling as an absolute monarch. From childhood to adulthood, Elizabeth has proven to herself and to England and the world that she is not like any other queen. She wants to be remembered as the queen who brought English monarchy back to its rightful place, while tending to more personal affairs like being a royal daughter, wife, mother, and grandmother. And Elizabeth II is a woman of many seasons and substance, and nothing could get between her and the people, as well as her glorious and majestic kingdom. Since I was a child, I have admired you and also been eagerly reading about your duties as a queen and to your children growing up in the same decade as me. It is so sad to hear about your passing. Now you are in God's care, Queen Elizabeth II. You were and still are an inspiration to the world of humanity. Rest in peace, dear Queen, the Royal Majesty. We love you very much and will never forget you. So thank you very much, Suman, for this lovely poem and this lovely information that you shared. And there you go. This message has been relayed to the rest of the world on your behalf. This is from Suman Banerjee from Calcutta, India. Lata, hello Lata ji, how are you? Global namaste to you. Oops, I think she's gone again. Everybody's disappearing. Okay, I've got one more message. We've got Lakshmi ji, Lakshmi Vyas. A global namaste to you, Lakshmi ji.
Global namaste.
Ah, wonderful. Of course, as we always know, the Hindu Forum of Europe. Lakshmi ji is behind this wonderful organization, helping so many organizations come together to work on very good causes that has a positive impact on this world. Lakshmi ji, what is your message for today? Would you like to share any of your dedications or messages to for the Queen Elizabeth's or Shradh?
Yeah, talking about Shradh. Yes, before I say anything, salutes and my respects to Queen, who has reigned this country for more than 50 years, and there were 15 prime ministers who have worked under her, which is really what a wonderful experience, that she has gone through in these few years. I really appreciate, and my pranams to her. And
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes, we all feel the same. Well, it's good, and it's also, seeing a very strong woman with such inner peace and inner strength. It's really great because there's many things we can learn.
That she's gone away, although she's old. I don't know. She carried herself with a charm and with very well. And suddenly, her. I have gone for 1 or 2 garden parties of hers and shook hands with her. Her face is something which you just can't forget, and it's always there, like smiling. I don't know how to say it, but for me, though I've not seen her for so many years. It's only 15 years that I'm in UK, but even in these 15 years, I find that she's an incredible person, and she will be missed.
She definitely will be missed. Yes, absolutely. Not just by her family, but by many people around the nation. And I think just now, when Suman shared something, he shared a little message saying, she brought them in her own way. She brought the monarchy's the work that they do, you know, their credibility and the work that they do in a really strong way, where you can admire, you know, the work that they do. Because sometimes there are people who may be against the monarchy. They don't like to have monarchy. Whereas I love the royal family. I think they're fantastic. I think it's good to have these things. I love customs. I love history. I love these things that are part of our culture. And it's a lovely thing to, just like we have in India, our festivals and customs for many years. Some people say, what do you want to do all these customs and these festivals for? But they're so beautiful to have in your life. That's what makes us, right? And that's what makes our nation here, to have the monarchy there. So Lakshmiji, what is your message to, is there a message that you'd like to say, or a prayer you'd like to share? Is there anything else you'd like to share?
Now, Shradh is something which we from the Tamil, you know, we follow it very strictly. For example, when on the first anniversary, that is the first Shradh, it is done in a huge way, in a big way. A lot of money goes into it, because the number of priests come and they chant and all that. And then, you know, people are invited for food, and the food is also not just an ordinary food, it's a really feast food that is prepared. And we continue to do the Shradh as long as, you know, the king is alive. For example, and after coming to UK, I have not been doing, what we do is on the, every year when the Shradh comes, we all get together, we pray to my mother and my mother-in-law, both of them, and then we get together and have some nice food. I know, and thinking about all those good days that we spent with them. So
yes,
that's what we do.
Yes, that's something very positive you've just shared just there, and this is also a message for all the other people who are probably doing the prayers and to remembering their loved ones. This is such a good thing when you come together and you think of all the good things and you think of the good positive memories, because the soul will be happy, you know, that you're happy, because they want to see you happy. They don't want to see you sad. so at the end of the day, you know, they can go back with some blessings, giving you some nice positive blessings as well. Absolutely.
You know, we say something like, oh, my mother and my mother-in-law, they're talking and they're looking at us, these sort of, imaginary feelings we express. But there is some, we don't forget. It is not good to forget our forefathers and parents and whoever is passed away from the house. So Shradh is very important for us. We follow it it's a ritual, and we follow it very strictly.
Oh, very nice. And today I asked, Dr. Kapoorji, he joined us from India, and I was asking him, I said, my mom did kheer this morning, like we made kheer and we did a little puja, we put the kheer and we put chapatis, we cut it up, mix it together, and then we leave it outside. And then you normally have the birds that come and eat it up.
The crow comes and picks it up.
Right. I love the crows. Like, I don't know where they came from. They were normally birds. This time there were these crows. And it's amazing. I thought, oh my God, Dad, what Mum was saying about these black birds, And they actually came. There were loads of them, 3, 4 of them. But what is the significance of that? Because I was trying to get this information.
Significance is, if I say something like this, UK people will not accept. We every day morning when when you cook rice, a little bit is put for the crow. So the crow is used to picking up the food that you give it in the morning. And even before they know the time, they start making sound, and they'll be flying here and there. And here now in my garden the pigeons come. They know, okay, she's going to give food now, so they come and hang around there. So so on a Shradh day, it is very important because you give something in the name of your whoever has passed away.
Ancestors, your ancestors and whoever they.
When that is picked up by the crow, you feel, oh, it's reaching them or something like that. It's just an attachment sort of a thing.
Yeah, so it's a visualization, visualizing the fact that when it's taken away, that means they have accepted it.
Yeah.
They have accepted this offering that you've given to them. As,
There are times when the crow doesn't take it away, you know, that's when you feel bad. I mean, then you have to, you know, clap hands or something and call the birds and, you know, wait till it's picked up. And it's only when it is picked up that we would eat something.
Oh, I see. Well, I can eat lots then today, so which is great. So Lakshmi ji, for you as well. You know, in our Indian culture, you have lovely knowledge about India. We used to have lots of kings and queens and things like that, and I just wondered, you know, they've all faded away. What happens? I mean, are there some royal families still there in India? What happens? The way we've had here, because we've maintained the monarchy here.
Royal family in India, basically the royal family is still very much alive in Rajasthan. You can see their palaces and their very kingly style of living. You know, it's fading away, but you can still have some traces of them in Rajasthan. You know, they wear those highly expensive clothes and cover their head, and wear a lot of jewelry. And they're all very fond of cooking too, and they have feasts. And you know, their darbar is very huge, and they decor their dining tables, etc., very huge. And the utensils that they use, some of them have gold borders and things like that. You know,
real gold. Yes, they make it out of real gold. So yes.
So that is the royal way they live even today. So you find them in Rajasthan, but centuries ago, it used to be there in every state. Like this in Tamil Nadu, you know, this queen lived in Bengal. You know, this queen lived in Uttar Pradesh. You know, this even the Mughals were there at that time. So it is a Mughal come Hindu mix. It is. So the history is fantastic. You know, people should know this history of how, you know, the Indian continent has come up to what it is today.
Yes, and also because it used to be a very rich culture, wasn't it? A very, very rich country. And yes, it had diamonds and, you know, so much, you know, gems and things. And also, not just that, so many different royal families everywhere. So, you know, they knew how to live in, you know, in a pompous way. You know, they knew, like you said, grand, majestic ways.
Even today, there is a temple in Kerala called Padmanabha Temple. You know, it is one of the richest temple in India. They say if you open the cupboards of the temple, which is you know, nobody touches it. It's got so much thousands and crores of rupees and, you know, things that India will become one of the richest country if that is explored.
Oh, really? Oh, my God. So, come on, Narendra Modi ji.
The name is Padmanabha Temple.
Padmanabha Temple. Okay, so now listen, if you're all thinking of putting a black masks on and running out there to steal that temple, it's not going to be possible because I'm sure it's guarded very well as well at the same time. So yeah, but thank you for sharing that, Lakshmi ji. And with today, of course, you know, I just wanted to say from a whole of Healing Our Earth family members, which you are one of as well, and you're part of our wonderful family here. Just wanted to say that to the whole of the global audiences who are watching today, we're paying a special tribute to all our ancestors through Shradh. Also, we're also remembering and paying a tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II, who we sadly lost in September, a few weeks ago, just on 8th of September, I believe. But, you know, I just wanted to say she was an incredible woman, and I really believe that somebody who's done great service should always be remembered, and you should always acknowledge somebody who's done good work. For me, I think that she has done amazing work, because 70 years of attending 350 engagements per year without fail. Even I know that I'm a very active person, but I'll say, oh, I don't feel like doing anything today. I'm just going to curl up and read a book and just have a cup of tea today, because I need to recoup. So even I go through that. But the Queen never has a chance to do that, because she's got engagements and engagements after engagements daily. So to do that for 70 years continuously, I think is really incredible. So let's move on to a couple of our last messages now. We have Lataji all the way from London down the road. Can you please join us, dear Lataji? Let's hear what you have to say. Hello, global namaste to you. With that lovely smile, there she is. Oh, I think you need to unmute. Yes, hello, Lataji.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, look at that smile. I was waiting to hear what you have to say about this. You know that we're all celebrating and remembering, and such a beautiful paying a tribute today. Tell us, what is your thoughts about this, and what message would you like to give? Because we're coming to the end of our Healing Our Earth program, and it'll be wonderful to find out what Lataji has to say.
Well, global namaste, first of all, and it's wonderful to be here. And I enjoy every session. It's just got a new flavor each time, so it makes it more interesting. It's diversified and everything. Yeah, having lived in London, about 10 miles away from Buckingham Palace, it makes us wonder, doesn't it? It makes us wonder. Now I couldn't even bear the thought of her going, and then now she's gone. So how's life going to change for us? You can't but help wonder, because she was such a wonderful example of generosity and tolerance and accepting all different colors and creeds and cultures and religions. She was just a very colorful woman, she was having her humor, she was having her family life. Like, I didn't appreciate that she wanted to be a different type of a monarch, I didn't realize that she wanted to leave her mark.
Yes.
And didn't she do that well? I mean, she touched everyone's hearts, and she gained the respect, and how she presented herself. She was always dignified, soft-spoken, but full of charm, and always giving us excitement wherever she would attend. We'd all feel very, very honored and privileged to be in her company.
Because she just had that kind of radiance, didn't she? She had this kind of aura about her that you can't help feel that way. When she comes in, you just, oh, it's the Queen, I don't think anything of anybody, but then I met the Queen. I thought, oh, she's got this beautiful energy about her, some radiance about her.
Yes, she had that great vibrancy, and she exuberant in throughout the world, really, globally. She was trying to make that impact. She was so humble, attending all the different, she just cross-section of charitable organizations. She'd visit them, she'd attend different countries, rich or poor. She was down to earth and humble, and making everyone feel at ease with her, and yet we knew that we were here of a very special person who was a queen like no other. And she made
I noticed she also smiled a lot, didn't she, Lataji? Because when you see all these lovely photos of her, she's always smiling. She's also, you can see these beautiful smiles of hers everywhere. Nice, very elegant smiles, that she had, that she dignified smile.
She would radiate a great sense of warmth,
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot to learn about her. How she conducted herself with her members of staff, her advisories, her counselors. She loved ethical. She'd give awards to people who were making a difference to the world, and she wanted to, you know, give her OBEs, and she was always interested in the common people and making them feel good, and, you know, encouraging them to do ethical things and to make the world a better place. So
yeah, and to come together as well, isn't it? It's also the fact that Britain is such a diverse country, and it's been encouraged, you know, the diversity has been encouraged rather than, so that's really good. Of course, you have little pockets here and there, which aren't, you know, we always have that in every country, in every place around the world, but generally, it's, you know, diversity is always promoted, it's appreciated, it's respected. Yes, which is it. I have this special song that I had, somebody had sent across to, you know, from for the Queen. I wanted to play that, and maybe Lakshmi ji as well could come and join us just now. And let me get your thoughts on what this song is about, because it was from Tala Mashru from New Sound Radio. She's got a little message that I thought I'd love to share with the world, and see what you think as well, and get your comments on this. One sec. So here's a little message of hers.
My name is Carla Mushroom. It's a great sadness that we lost Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth II. On Thursday, it was remarkable the world.
Honey, you're playing something from your phone. The Zoom doesn't pick that up because it's got high pitches. Maybe you can just read it out without listening to it. Just read it out. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil. So, we didn't hear that. Okay, fine, no problem. Well, it was Tala Mashru. Just wanted to say a lovely message that she was sharing, and they did a tribute as well at New Sound Radio, making sure that, of course, the whole day was dedicated to the Queen. And she also sent her little message to say, and her main message was the fact that she felt that Elizabeth II was a remarkable woman, and, you know, she's somebody that we should be definitely paying a tribute to for the wonderful work that she has done, you know, for the community. So that's no problems. So we're going to finish off. Lataji, did you have any final message to share before we, maybe if I could invite you to do a little meditation, a peace meditation, an Om Shanti meditation for all those who've left us, all our ancestors, as well as Her Royal Highness, who has unfortunately passed away this month.
Well, I know, I just wanted to say the era that we saw through with her, if we could just highlight the transformation during her reign, you know, some of the awe-inspiring things that we achieved during her reign. I think she was quite instrumental in encouraging people to do that, which was the technology and the advent of the internet, and how things speeded up with, you know, with that. And then also a higher standard of health. She helped, you know, pay for the research into all that. And also we went through COVID, didn't we, and did over that. We landed over the moon, to the moon. We went into the, where was it? In common market, Europe. Now we've come out of it. So in the war, and oh my God, you know, she's just through it, come through it gracefully, you know, and been there as a pillar of strength for all of us. Every Christmas she'd come out with her little speech. And do you remember her little phrase? One does not do that.
Yes, that's true. Yes, she's got this lovely a proper English, accent there, right?
Queen's English, yes.
Yes,
And-
absolutely.
Yeah, and she just brought us all together, and it was a wonderful era, really. And the more we reminisce on it, I think the more we'll discover, won't we, just how valuable the things are.
And the stories will come out as well. Many stories will come out of people who've had their own personal experiences, who may share, about this and that and this and that. So I just wanted to say, so thank you very much, Lataji. What a lovely share that you've had, you've shared with us on Healing Our Earth. We're now coming to the end of the program. We've had a chance to listen to Lakshmi ji, Lataji, Sarla ji, Deepak Kapoor ji, our Sunil Chopra, the Mayor of Sadak. We've spoken to Mr. Shri, of course, from the Commonwealth. We've listened to many other, Shradh, and many other people who've shared their messages. So Talla Ben, Talla Mashru, etc. So I just wanted to thank every single person since I've been here, and Riddhi, of course, our host who hosted the initial part of this session. So well done. She's done an amazing job today to pay a tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. So let's finish off with a lovely meditation. And perhaps Lakshmi ji, Lata, Chirag ji, if you all wanted to maybe join me on screen as a panel, maybe we could do a little meditation together to finish off the session today. So today, I'd like you to just take a few deep breaths. Close your eyes. Let's go deep within and think. Think about the fact that we come into this world not as human beings, but as spiritual beings having a human experience. And when we talk about that spiritual being never dies, because their memories, what they leave behind, is always felt. It's always appreciated. It's always remembered. It's always in the memory of the people who are left behind. So today, let's think about all those beautiful, wonderful ancestors without whom we would not be here. All the things we have learned, the customs, the families that we enjoy, the members that we build strong relationships with. Once they're gone, it doesn't mean your love for them has gone. And once they're gone, the best thing to do is to think of beautiful memories about that soul, so that you can let that spirit move forward and move on in peace and happily. Today, each and every single one of us who's been out there celebrating Shradh, remembering our ancestors, praying for them, asking for blessings, I pray that each and every single one of you are showered with the most beautiful light, divine light from above, showered with all the blessings to dissolve and get rid of any obstacles that you may be facing in life. Let's keep thinking a little bit more. Who are you? One day we may be gone. And I wouldn't say may, we will all be gone. What would you like to leave behind? What legacy would you like to leave behind? And if someone was reading a book about your life, what would you like to have included in that life and that book, so that you feel satisfied that you really enjoyed and maximized this gift that we have all received called life? How would you have contributed to people? How would you have changed lives? What kind of memories would your family members have of you? How would you be feeling yourself? Would you feel that you have managed to pursue your purpose in life? Or do you still need to find that? Today, we will also think about an incredible woman, Elizabeth II, who really gave tremendous service to the nation, to the Commonwealth, to the world. She's left behind very positive memories and great lessons that we could all learn from, of how to be graceful, dignified, devoted to our work. And, you know, our duty. So with that, I finish off with a beautiful prayer. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Shanti, Shanti,